Good morning, afternoon, and evening, everybody. Welcome to the end of year 2021 relay race from MGSR, the fourth of 4 quarterly relay races. We have a very exciting lineup for all of you fine folks out there today. 5 games, 2 teams, Team Grenade Guy versus Team Fatman. And joining me right now is NickRPGreen. How are you doing, Nick?
Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, no matter where in the world you are. Pleasure to be here at the start of this end of year relay. It's going to be a good one.
Agreed. So starting off, we will be having Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance, the PC version. Very easy with Mockingjay versus Repeats. Sure to be quite the fiery, explosive start to this relay race. So take it away, Apache Smash and JMC, as we go into race 1 of the end of year relay race.
Yo, they literally stole my intro. Are you having that? Like, I literally say that every time, and they both said it. So, what's up, everyone? Good to see you, JMC. Nice to be commentating with you, mate.
How's it going, man? How's it going?
Yeah, really good. I mean, it's not the first time we've seen Metal Gear Solid 2 in the relay race, but it is the first time we're seeing Mockingjay and Repeats in the relay race. So that's pretty cool. I'm looking forward to this race between the both of them.
Yeah, man. I don't know too much about Repeats, but I've seen plenty of Mockingjay's runs. So it should be a nice wee surprise for us.
Absolutely. I think Repeats is a 106 PB, and Mockingjay recently got like a high 104, right?
Yeah. Repeats sent me his latest PB today. It was a 106.06.
Nice, very nice time. Once you get down into that like 110. Sorry, mate, I interrupted you.
No, that's all right. I was just saying he improved it today, so should be a good gin.
Definitely been practicing then. Good to see. People are always grinding this run. It's a very, very popular run. I think it's the most popular Metal Gear run overall, right?
Yeah, by far. When you go to Metal Gear Solid 2, the board's just absolutely packed. So it's a nice, easy run to get into, and it's just dead easy to learn.
Yeah, we're both big fans of grinding this time down as well. You recently got your first 102, right?
Yep. I got it not too long ago. Sorry, I'm having a wee echo there. That's me sorted it. Yeah, I got it not too long ago, man. It's a big grind. But Mockingjay's been working hard at moving her time down, and I imagine Repeats has as well. And you see them on like each other's chats when they're streaming, like giving each other hints and tips. So it's nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a very like communal effort. Everyone kind of hangs out together, knows who's running the game, knows how to like help each other improve. I mean, if anyone wanted to pick up this run, there is a guide for it. And if you wanted to get some help from your fellow runners, there's plenty of people who would seriously take time out of their day to help you with it.
Yeah, man. We're like a helpful bunch.
I think
And it looks like we're kicking off.
yeah, we will go to IGT on this race. We use the in-game timer, and it doesn't count loads, so we'll always know exactly who won, exactly who played better at the end. It's a common thing we do when running this race. I'm sure if you've watched the channel before, you have seen this game before. Very technical little speed run, lots of like micro optimizations, lots of things you can do to improve your time. I mean, the world record is a 101, so like it's absolutely insane the grind that's gone into this game.
Yeah, 101 is just unreal. This category is essentially everything. It's just all the small things that add up. It's like a lot of people look at very easy and they think, oh, that must be very easy. But obviously, like as you get your time lower and lower, it's all about this, like the small, tiny optimizations in like every room. Every single room has like got some kind of movement trick to it or something that you can do to like just make it that wee bit quicker. And that's... Oh, sorry, mate.
Yeah, you're right. Mockingjay got a left side start for Olga. Didn't get the loop. Got one headshot at the start. So she's going to be a little bit behind in this. I think Repeat should get out now as long as he lands this headshot as Olga runs back. And Mockingjay still needs one more headshot on Olga, which can be difficult to get on that. When she runs down the right side, it's very awkward to get that headshot because that iframe's lasting until she gets almost to the front. And now you're in a rough situation with the second cutscene. This is like the worst thing that can happen in Olga. You never want to see that second cutscene. And she still needs one more shot, and Olga's going to shoot the light most likely. So if Olga shoots the light, you can't actually hit her until you've shot the light out. So Repeats is flying ahead now. He's going to be feeling good about this. Tanker is 8 minutes of the game. It encompasses like a very small amount of the run, but it's just the optimization in here is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's super, super technical.
So Repeat's going to pull a nice early lead here. Of course, it's not over. It's basically not over at any point. In multiple sections in this game, you can lose a lot of time. But Tanker is the most evil out of it all, I think.
Yeah, we've still got holds.
There's going to be some serious nerves for both players. First time being in the relay race can be intimidating, to say the least. And if you roll too early on the stairs like that as well, you will fall on your ass. Repeat's going for Swag Engine Room, I believe. He's going to drop in front of this guard and then shoot out his radio, or just trank him out. That works too. That will mean a backup team will come. And what we're doing is we're trying to stay in this heightened state with the guards. And so we can skip a cutscene inside the room with the sensor. There's a mini cutscene that plays when you get in there, but you can do a bunch of trickery to avoid that. So we're hoping to get an alert off these alert guards and then knock them all out, just like that. Menus the camera on that roll as well. I've never seen anyone do it there, but I do like it. We'll need that camera for later. Ooh, very cautious with that sensor. That looked a bit suspect for a moment there. Very cautious with that guard there as well, because you have to move into a position before he starts walking. And so if you're not in that position, you don't line up with him as you're running down the stairs. Deck 2 with a roll strat. What we want to do is pick off this guard at the end and not get an alert, just like that. If you get the alert, you have to shoot out the second guard as well. Let's see some sensors from Katie. Just one on very easy. Very nice. You don't want to blow the ship up.
Sorry, mate. I've been having connection issues though.
Don't you worry about it, my mate.
Right. So Repeats into guard rush now. You've got to get them nice and quick, get that box guy, and it looks like he's having a nice time. That's a nice guard rusher.
That was really clean. Like, that's
Yeah,
about as
man.
good as you can do it. All that matters is the guard behind the box. He's your most important man.
And this is the hardest boss in the game coming up the ladder. This can end your run.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to do the ladder glitch in order to get down the ladder without having to climb down. Saves about 11 seconds. Quick shot this guard, or just run round him for safety. See a lot of people doing that in races. I will do that in some races. Joe does that in some races as well. Much safer of getting through hold 1 because all of the holds are game over if discovered.
And here
It
we
looks
are
like
in hold
dominoes.
2. Yep, dominoes.
Very nice from repeats. Scary part of the run.
I really don't like that strat, that domino strat.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. I prefer hold up. I definitely
Yeah.
prefer hold up.
And he's going for the old faithful 3 spot.
Yeah, it looks like it. 3 spot allows you to get the Marines logo photo without going up to it. It's a very common strat that you see. And ladder glitch is good from Mockingjay as well.
Yep, looking good.
Ooh, that was a risky quick shot. Do you see that where he alerts
Yep.
to you? You have like a millisecond for that to work if that happens.
I'm so
But
scared.
yeah, that was nervous. And did the hold up strat on the guard. I hate the hold up strat. So what you do is you hold up the guard and then trank him. Oh, Repeats has missed a photo, but
Oh,
he's not
no.
sure which one it is. I don't think it'll be this one.
See, he's playing it safe though. Oh no, I don't know what he's doing. He's playing it safe in the
He
fact that he's
must
taking the
he
rest
must
of
have
it.
missed the Marines logo. Like that's the only one you could miss, right? Surely.
I don't know. I mean, no unless he was paying attention, but I never ever pay attention now. So he's took a risk.
Oh, it was the
that
left
what?
side photo. No way.
Nice.
I would have never have guessed it was that photo. You expect
Neither.
that's the photo you always get, right?
Yeah, man. Like I would never think to like even check. You come out of there and like the safest thing to do is take the rest of the photos, like just take them again. But nah,
Yeah.
he knew.
Nice backup, but it did allow Mockingjay to catch up for that mistake on Olga. She made up a lot of ground there.
Yeah, man. So it should be a nice even race for this point on. Plants a wee bit more, no straightforward, but there's less things that can go horribly wrong, like up until a point. So
Yeah,
this next bit should be quite a breeze. It should be like nice and relaxing for them.
You do kind of catch your breath after Tanker during this section. There's not a great deal that can go wrong here until the start of bomb disposal now. Just very micro things.
And we don't see any of them going back for the M9 probably. I think they'll just keep it nice and safe.
Yeah, you can go back if you want. You can go back and pick up the M9 bullets.
There he's gone.
Oh, Steam Crouch. That's the second one he's had as well. Steam Crouch is in certain positions in the game. If you try and do a cartwheel, the game will just fully force you into prone. We don't know exactly why it happens, but we're kind of used to the areas it does happen in. But if you pick up the M9 there, you get an extra 16 bullets. You don't really need them, but it can't hurt to have them because you don't lose any time for getting them.
Yeah, that was clean enough. The only reason that I can think grabbing them is if he's going to do non-lethal Fatman.
Yeah, I'm really not sure if he does or not.
I mean, it's hard to call because like quite a few people are picking that up now. It's like becoming a lot more regular.
It's cool to see tons of variations on different strats you can do throughout the run.
Yeah.
Keeps everyone guessing. M9 Fatman is faster if you do it perfectly, but the execution is harder than lethal.
Yeah, it carries a risk.
And it doesn't save that much time, right? It's like a few seconds.
I think it's a bit more than a few seconds, like if you do get it perfect, but on average, yeah, it's like a few seconds. Obviously, at the higher up level, that's going to matter a lot more, but for now, I would say like LIFO is the best option.
Certainly the easiest to learn. It's very, very calm way of fighting
Yeah,
Fatman.
and consistent-ish. Like, it's consistent enough.
Yeah, the worst thing that can happen is he goes west, right? He goes to the west after you knock him down the first time, and you could
Yeah,
sometimes lose track of him. But
yeah, you just end up chasing them. But as I say, it's whether we see it or not. So they're just making their way to Stillman right now, and we'll find out whether they picked the right option when they started the game or not.
yeah, shout out Proof Rock. Yeah, you've got to start on New Game Plus if you want to skip the Stillman cutscene. It saves about 4 minutes.
And just into Strutzy here. So it's like pretty chill, this part of the run. This is your wee breather after Tanker.
Both players have been pretty reserved with their aerials so far. Ryan's aerial does save a very small amount of time if performed perfectly. But what you often see is runners will, hey, Repeats is doing conveyor belt.
There you go then. It's so
But he's
cool
not
to see,
he's
like,
not diffused that bomb. You still diffuse that bomb, right? If you're doing conveyor belt,
yes. No,
then
wait, I don't think you do. I don't know, man.
I don't know either. I thought you did.
See, that's the thing, like, the conveyor route, it's wild to see the way that people are, like, just picking this up so easily now.
Yeah, so conveyor belt is a strat where you use the strut E conveyor belt to teleport to different struts using boxes. It only works because of a glitch that allows you to get onto the conveyor belt instantly.
No, chat agrees, by the way, like, chat thinks he's missed the bomb as well.
All right, well, I don't know where that will end him up. He does still have to get the sensor, right? So it's not
Yeah.
like a huge time loss.
Oh, this has just became so interesting. And
Yeah,
Mockingjay's just taking the old faithful, like, what I would consider the best route, like, for a race anyway.
yeah, the execution on conveyor belt is way higher.
Yeah.
It is faster than just going round in a circle and diffusing the bombs. Yeah, we're going to see Repeats getting the bomb from the back here as well. Like I normally see people pick up the box first and then get it. Always missed. I thought he'd missed it, but he hadn't. His space looked a bit weird there, but he's successfully got the bomb. But he's got to pick up a box now as well. Okay, he's not doing conveyor belt. He's just doing the bombs in the other way. He's doing counterclockwise. What a turn of events, ladies and gentlemen.
We have no idea what's happening here, but
He's doing the bombs in reverse order, which is
slower.
it's just slower. Yeah, it's just slower, but it's not that slower. I think it's like 10 seconds. But as we know, it is faster to defuse bombs clockwise. On some difficulties, it's faster to do it anti-clockwise. For very easy though, it's 100% faster to go clockwise. So we won't know exactly who's ahead until we get to the elevator on the roof of Strut A.
Yeah. Yeah, on the way to Fortune is when we'll kind of see them high five, I suppose. Like,
Yeah.
but I don't know how is he going to deal with Strutzy?
I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, man, mystery run.
We'll
So
see them
this
high
is
five
the
now.
Claymore Bridge for Mockingjay and Repeats.
Yeah, there you go. The high five just then. Ooh, Mockingjay going for the prone setup. Caught aerial into prone setup.
Mockingjay does like a kind of weird setup. I've never seen anybody else do it, but she like cartwheels diagonally onto the Claymore.
Yeah, I've
And when
seen
she
Tino.
gets it, it looks so cool.
Yeah, I've seen Tino do it like that. I think he did it like that for a while and then dropped it. Risky. Pure risk.
Yeah.
But as you say, when you get it, it'll look sick.
here I'm saying this is not 1974 strats, we're going back to 1948.
Yes, basically.
See, I like what Mockingjay's done here. She didn't cartwheel. She just held her gun out and ran the whole way across the line. So she's been very conservative with the cartwheels, and you like to see that.
Yeah, it's the best thing you can do. Unless you're like going for like VR strats in every single room, don't really worry so much about doing aerials everywhere.
Yeah.
Pretty much leave it just for the straights across each connecting bridge.
And that's a clean sensory.
Yeah, I don't know who's ahead or what's happening at this point.
Nah,
Like, I guess we'll know once
neither
they
do
hit
I.
that elevator.
I've watched a lot of very easy races in my day, and I'm confused.
I'm kind of afraid at what I've seen so far, but I'm enjoying it.
Aye, it's good. It's keeping it tense.
Nothing here.
I have never seen this route.
It's a new one. I don't know. I think everyone should experiment because you never know what you're going to find. Like King of the Bees finding that time save in Strut C. That's just all experimentation type stuff.
Yeah, that was originally a mistake until we kind of clicked on, no, wait, that's quicker.
Yeah, it plays the codec later. What's going on?
Yep.
It's mad seeing like the Strut D being done this way. Now we'll get to see that Strut C in a second as well. And like you say, I'm not sure what the strat's going to be.
No, I'm not 100% either. But I'm along for the ride, mate, and it feels
Yeah.
good.
It's one of the most enjoyable parts of watching races. It's just like, what is going to happen? Here we go, dining hall. They're both in the dining hall.
Yeah, man, like it's actually like kept pretty even.
I think Repeats will still be slightly ahead after this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he will be. Mark J will need to pick up the sensor. Repeats will lose 1 second for when he goes outside and the codec plays, whereas Mark and J will play instantly. But yeah, like probably like a room apart at this point. So you see that second delay on this codec now.
Yeah. I think that is the first time that I've ever seen that route. But it worked out for him, so fair play.
For a long time, I'm talking like Mac McD era of V 10 people on the leaderboard. A lot of people were defusing the bombs in that order.
No, that's wild. No, I've never seen it. So it's pretty neck and neck now. Like there's no a lot in this.
Yeah, super close. I'm sure they'll both know the setup on Fortune that'll save a lot of time.
Yep. Turn round, 3 punches. Crouch back down and hope for the best. Hope that she doesn't speak.
If one of them doesn't do it, you'll certainly see the difference because it's like 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's huge. I've messed it up on a run before, and like you just see your time draining away. Like you commit 20 seconds up.
Yeah. It's a reset, right? If you fail to get it, it's a reset.
Yeah.
It's too heavy of a time loss.
At this point, yeah.
But no one's resetting today.
No, this is a no reset. We're seeing it out to the end. I'm so looking forward to the rest of the strats that we're about to see.
Yeah, who knows? After seeing the bombs done in the reverse order, like who knows?
Yeah, man, I'm excited. We cheeky defuse. Aye, man, they've kept it close.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a mishap on that bomb. Like she thought she had it, but
I hope she doesn't go swimming. No. There we go. Yeah, if you're too close to the edge on that bomb, when you unequip, Raiden will just automatically jump into the water. It loses about 5 seconds.
Both doing the setup here. So we want Fortune to destroy the forklift, knock us down, and then destroy the lights. So we purposely take the hit here. That will make it go to the lights, and then we can go to the boxes at the front and then the barrels on either side. And doing this actually does speed up the fight, because Fortune has a list of actions she has to do before the fight can end, and we just make her do them earlier. So this fight can take like 150 if you just do it normally, but if you do this strategy, it only takes about 110, 111. Huge time save.
Yeah, so what's happened to Repeats here? This fight can actually turn out quicker for him now. If Fortune doesn't hit that barrel before that cutscene, this can be speeded up now. So if you'll notice, like, she'll shoot a couple more times here, and then it's just going to go straight into that phase, and the fight's done.
Really fast fights from both.
Yeah.
Alright, here's some fun on the straight A roof. We need to pick up some chaff grenades, and there's a claymore in the way. And you have to have a bit of spicy movement in order to get them without being blown up. Repeats, gets the damage cancel, very nice.
Oh,
The damage cancel. Ooh, Mockingjake's hit by it. The damage cancel is where the claymore goes off, but it doesn't hit you. Costs about 5 seconds if you get hit by that claymore. And I guess we'll get to see if Repeats is going to do a non-lethal Fatman. I think Mockingjay will do a lethal one.
Yeah, I can see her sticking with lethal. But as I says, I've never really seen Repeats do a run, so this is a mystery.
Yeah, Repeats did the coolant spray strat on the guard where you like blind him for a second with the coolant. I haven't seen that in a long time as well.
I know that Repeats plays a lot of other difficulties, like he runs European Extreme as well.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he does, man. I checked his channel, so he's difficulty mixing, so he'll be picking up things from like other difficulties and putting them into his play right now.
Yeah, I think very easy is like a difficulty on its own. A lot of the strats are just like unique to only this category. Not quite fast bomb. He was close though. That looks like the M9 to me.
Yep, he's gone for it. No.
Perhaps not. This
No,
is a
it's-
strange way of doing the room. More traditional from Mockingjay. Fast bomb on both so far as well.
I mean, that wasn't bad at all, man. Like,
No, it
Repeats
worked out.
No, it was pretty good.
Mockingjay definitely
Mockingjay
did some
finishes
catching up with those fast bombs.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, man, they're keeping it close.
About 3 cartwheels apart right now.
It's intense, isn't it?
It's what I love to see. The best races are close races.
And we know the feeling. Like, right now, like, the two of them will be nervous.
Yeah, I don't know if either player will watch the other player. So
I don't imagine so.
I don't think I can't see it. That's like
Do you do that, personally?
I have certain points in the run where I check. So MGS3, I don't look until the ladder.
Right, right.
And in this, like, I won't look until sniping.
I never look.
Do you what? You just wait until the end and you kill Solidus and then find
Yep.
out?
I just presume that they're right behind me, mate. The whole time.
It can be very useful because, like, oh, that cartwheel is absolutely
Whoa.
crazy.
Whoa. Hold on, mate.
That looked like a death cartwheel, that, but
Yep.
you know, it worked.
Usually, like, people like just hold D-pad there.
Yeah, D-pad. You swap from analog to
He's
D-pad, go
cartwheeling
down
across,
left.
man.
And the AK is in the core, only on this category, no other categories. And we'll see a variation on strats inside the computer room. Mockingjay will do a very easy only strat where you blow up a claymore in order to cause an alert to keep the elevator door open. Elevator doors can be slow or fast, so keeping it open is a huge benefit. And as long as the
Repeats is just
as long as
the old faithful.
yeah, as long as you're in evasion, your costume still works. Oh, he's trapped a little bit there.
Yep. And this is looking nice for Mockingjay. This is looking good.
Causing this alert as well
Mockingjay
skips a
goes,
couple of main cutscenes.
Mockingjay goes a completely different way for me doing this strat. I wonder if that's a bit easier.
Yeah, that's the
Like
easier version. Going
runs the
left and
room
then back
an
left
awful-
is. You can see how much she caught up there as well. Like the difference in the strats did help massively.
I like
She's in the middle of the room.
Mockingay's
She looks like
there.
she might be in the middle
even...
there. I thought she was going to get
that's
nudged.
what she does.
Oh, repeats has thrown the
That's what she
guard,
does,
and it will
man.
knock him out. Oh, it won't. Thank God. If that had knocked him, I thought the shoulder throw knocks them out, so that would have been rough.
It gives you two in VE. It gives you 2 throws for that room for some reason.
Great game design. It actually is, because knocking out that guard's a nightmare. Where is he? Where is Ames? Here he is. That's the worst aims possible. And from repeats, the worst aims possible.
Pretty even.
Yeah, we're not seeing any RNG deciding this fight that way. There was the difference in the Olga fights, left and right.
Yeah.
It's
I
not
think at this point...
You go, mate.
I was going to say, I think at this point... No, sorry, mate. I think at this point, like, the mistakes have kind of evened out. Like, both of them have had some mistakes here and there, but we're coming up to a part in the run that nobody likes. Nobody's looking forward to it. It's an absolute nightmare. Harrier.
Yeah, the whole section... The whole thing leading to Harrier is just the sensors, Harrier, Leap of Faith, and then getting into Shell 2. It's a really rough section of the run.
Totally intense.
Ooh, stereo. Full stereo as well, the swag one. You can actually, from perfect spot, you can cartwheel up the entire staircase. I love seeing that. I actually love seeing that. Saves a very small amount of time, but I love it.
It looks so cool, man. Like, it's just swag.
Pure, like, I was thinking like Platonic Guy. Platonic Guy moves like that throughout the whole game.
Yeah. Yeah, he just moves different for everybody, man. He's a different beast, him.
Every room's a VR stage.
See, this is when, like, my heart starts going here.
Yeah.
This is when my heart, like, beating, man.
Even just watching it. Even just watching it.
Mate, I'm actually on edge. I'm on edge.
A lot of people say, like, your VE run, it doesn't start until you've finished Harrier. Because it's just... Everything has to go right, and any missed shot loses you so much time. So I'm not sure what we'll see. I think we'll see some 5 shots, right, from both.
Mockingjay, I think, will go for at least a 4+1. Because she's been learning the +1. Repeats, again, is a complete mystery, so we're about to find out.
Let's see some wild card, but we've got to take out the sensors first. Sensors are no joke. If you miss, you blow the bridge up. First one's good. You've got to get all these right. You can't be hitting the wrong place, essentially. Looks good. Looks good from repeats. Here we go. Here's the Harrier. Mockingjay will start first. So you have to pick up the Stinger at the start of the fight. It's right in front of you. And then you have to hit the Harrier a bloody lot of times. Ooh, misses the 4th shot. Repeats misses the 4th shot. All even on Harriers so far.
Mockingjay get the +1.
Oh, his repeats. Misses one of the die shots at least. Gets 1 die shot. Repeats gets both die shots. Repeats slightly ahead.
I'll let you go out in style.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about. Like, Harrier just goes out of control like so quick. If you don't open the fight properly, it can get away for you.
Yeah, missile phase from both looks like.
Yeah. Oh, and that's just so unfortunate.
She's got a few
Okay,
seconds to get the Harrier here before it flies off. She needs to hit in like now.
Go on. There. And repeats. Go on. There
Oh,
we go.
just.
There we go.
The Harrier was about to
So-
zoom off and you'd have to wait for it to come all the way back in again. Leap of faith for both now. This is a difficult little bit of execution right now. Setup looked weird from Mockingjay, but it worked. Repeats. Looks good.
Nice. This looks like D-pad.
I'm not sure, but when I stop having this heart attack, I'll be right back with you. That was a scary little section from both.
Yeah, man. Like, my heart's in my mouth at this, but I just don't like it. So
Still
we're going
neck
to
and
see
neck.
chaff from both, aren't we? Yeah.
Yeah, you want to throw your chaff, then cause the little cutscene, get an alert, and then the chaff will go off, and you're absolutely fine.
So I wonder if we're going to see swim glitch. Because
don't-
Mockingjay does go for it, like, she started going for it, so... But, I don't know, man.
It's a complete mystery. Swim glitch is always like a judgment call, I feel. If your race is like... If you're ahead, I feel like you shouldn't go for it. But if they don't know where the other person is, then they'll have already decided what the game plan is.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a bit scary. Just one mistake with a cartwheel and you're going into the drink. Looks good from both. They're both into the shell too. Good race so far. Really enjoying it.
Yes, man, this has been, like, pretty close.
Something like...
The whole way, as well. Like,
Yeah.
there was a wee hiccup at the start, but, like, pretty much the whole way. So it's good to see, like, two racers and, like, they're in the same room and it just keeps everything intense, man. Although I wouldn't like to be the racer.
No, me either. I get nervous when people are this close to
But
me.
it's good for us.
Yeah. And that's all that matters.
So, Nikita pick up now. Nice
Something that
blink
people
fire
make the mistake of
Mockingjay.
doing is Repeat's going to do it now. You don't actually have to swim down to the Nikita like that. You can just stay on the same... You don't have to change your verticality at all. You can just swim above it and it'll pick it up.
Yeah, left and right inputs down there. That's all you need.
And yeah, don't kill the president. Mockingjay is in the Killed the President club. I'm in it.
It's
Chelsea's in it.
It's amazing how much that club's grown.
Yeah, it's four members. I can't remember who the fourth is, but there is 4 members now. Oh, put your back against it to climb up.
That's an annoying box.
What are you doing?
You should always put your back against
I
the
have
thing to
trouble
climb
with
up
that
it.
box.
What is that?
There we go. Nice.
They are close now.
It's been the same, man. It's like just back and forth, back and forth.
I guess we'll find out if the players are doing swim glitch. Now, I don't know if they both know, but there's an international sign for I'm doing the swim glitch, which is fire in your SOCOM. Maybe I'm just old school and know about that. But if you fire your SOCOM at any point between now and going to the water, that means you're doing it. But I don't know if these players know that.
That's like the D-Lime signal in it.
Yeah. Well, that happened all the way through League. Everyone would they would signal the commentators that they're going to do it by doing that. Bring back V League. Bring it back. I want to see that again. Any V League fans in the chat? Good times.
It single-handedly like killed this category for like months.
Bro, you want to play VE? No, go away.
It was the best and worst thing that ever happened to this category.
But it still lives. Nothing can kill it. But right now, we'll see whether the players are going to go for swim glitch. Swim glitch allows you to get out of bounds. It's a very difficult glitch to perform, but allows you to go out of bounds. Nope, we're seeing a safe swim from Mockingjay. Nope. The hardest glitch in the game, by far. We're going to see a safe swim from both.
That's probably like the smart call.
If you don't know, yeah, if you don't know where you're at. And the next fight... Sorry, you got me.
No, I was just going to say, it depends how comfy you feel with it as well. Like, obviously, if they've come into this race and they're no too comfy doing swim glitch, there's no point doing it like, in a race. It's just pointless. Because if you miss it, that's it.
Yeah, that's... it can be disastrous to miss it.
Now I've got Vamp.
Good from Mockingjay. 6 stingers into the water. They have to be spaced out. The timing is a little bit awkward. If you miss it, you lose a lot of time and sometimes a race BMN. But good from both.
Grabbing that extra AK ammo. Smart.
Yeah, Mockingjay picks some up outside the shell one as well. So she's got like 90 at this point.
I noticed that like the last time that she was racing, I was like, oh no, I hope she's got enough AK ammo, and she like whipped her AK out at sniping. I had like 69 bullets.
Yeah, she's got 117.
She's sorted, mate.
Yeah, you need about 15 bullets for the whole run.
Do you know what though, man? Like, it can't hurt to have them.
Yeah, it's always better to have it than and not need it than need it and not have it.
Yeah, and it costs like what, 3-4 seconds each. Like for 2 packs, I think.
Yeah. There's a crazy glitch that's been found in this game recently called the Emma Zip or Chelsea Bump, and it saves a lot of time, but it's really difficult to perform. Now, will either runner go for it?
Again, I've seen Mockingjay do it. Repeats a bit of a mystery, but I would think that they wouldn't. Like, if they're not going to do swim glitch, I think they're going to just keep it safe, which is the good call, the best call.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of playing it safe in races. That's always been my philosophy towards races, is don't try anything outlandish.
Yeah, unless like you're super comfy or you need to.
Yeah, you got to save that for when you're behind and you have to make up the time. You have nothing to lose.
Because that zip as well, like, it's inconsistent even for people that... I don't know anybody that actually goes for it, but it's inconsistent for people that have sat and practiced it and practiced it and practiced it. Like, at this point, it's no worth it. So I'm going to bet and say that we don't see it. But if we see it, we see it.
I think if anything, else gets found like that Emma Zip, we could see a glitchless category for this game becoming like worthwhile. Because right now, there's not enough in the game to say that it's worth having glitchless. But another finding, I think you could see it.
Yeah. And glitchless would be like a purest percent almost. No turbo, no glitches.
Yeah, enjoy climbing down your ladder, mate. I'll not do that.
Yeah, so we're just seeing a nice normal MIS spot from both.
Yeah,
Nice.
from both. Unless they do the second one, which is a million times harder and even more inconsistent.
Yeah, but I won't say no. It could happen.
There is a very strange glitch that you can get here, the Phantom Radio glitch, which causes a backup team. It's almost as if a radio call goes out, even though no guard actually uses a radio. We've seen it once in the league. It happened to Platonic Guy, and it didn't phase him in the slightest.
I was just about to say that, like it was the worst thing that could happen to anybody, and then it happened to Platonic, and it was just
Just completely dealt with it. That's an Emma bump, look good. Worth taking an extra second for the setup there as well. Emma bump is where you knock her through the door and she appears on the other side. It means you don't have to hold a hand as you walk out the door. Saves about 2 seconds. Can cause soft locks on the HD collection because the HD collection sucks.
MI Escort's just one of these bits, like you really need to focus. It doesn't look like there's a lot going on, but like one wee mess up and it can like cost a lot of time.
Yeah, like not putting out the fire.
Yeah, not putting out the fire, mismenuing, because if you've got two things in your inventory you can't grab a hand, so like, it's enough to fluster a lot of people.
Yeah, for sure.
But it looks like they've got through pretty clean. Looking good.
Still not seeing any like difference between the two players.
And you love to see it, like you like to see a nice close race.
Oh, Repeats just shot the pipe, and the gas from the pipe like stunned him for a second. That was a little bit scary, but he's all good.
He saved it.
He's all good.
Wee
He's left it.
wee things like this.
He's left Emma really far away from that door. When she's like near a guard, she can be weird to interact with.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about the Emma section, man. Like you just need to focus. Every wee bit of movement counts. Oh, we're having a wee bit of a menu kerfuffle there. Oh, back in.
So the oil fence is everyone's favourite part of the run. Very intense sniping section. A lot can go wrong. You got to stand in one spot and shoot all the targets, and make sure Emma doesn't fall over.
Yeah, on VE, though, it's a bit of a toilet break.
There's not a whole lot that can go wrong.
Now, if you're me, you would take out your scope here and you would phone Snake, and you would let him do it, and you would go away and, I don't know, do stuff around about the house. So.
Respond to emails, do your taxes.
And then come back just on time.
Stop looking at Emma! If you look at Emma,
mate,
she can fall over. If Emma
and
falls over, it costs 8 seconds.
Man.
Yeah.
It is like the worst noise you can hear. Because you won't even be looking at her, but you'll just hear her falling and you'll be like, oh, 7 seconds.
Yeah.
Sometimes it happens and you don't look at her.
Yeah, it's to do with where you stood. If you zoom the scope at all, it will generally happen.
Aye, she can be a wee bit random in that. I think it's a lot to do with like the position you're standing at the start of the fight and whatever else. But you see people like zooming in on this part and you're like, stop it, please stop.
So for anyone just joining us, we're watching the Winter Relay Race with Metal Gear Speedrunners. It's Team Grenade Guy versus Team Fatman. We will have multiple races. This is the first one. following this race, we'll have Twin Snakes with Proof Rock versus Plywood, and then we'll have Metal Gear Solid 1 with carigss versus Vermillion, and we'll have, for the first time ever in a relay race, UnMetal NickRPGreen versus MetalGlennSolid, and finally we'll have MGS2 Normal D-Lambs versus Tyler. So hell of a lot of good races today. Which team do you think's stronger?
I don't know, man. I was looking at them the other night, and I would say that they're pretty even.
I just had a quick look then, and it looks pretty even. It looks pretty even.
Yeah, man.
Team Grenade Guy's got Vermillion, and you never want to have Vermillion on your team. You know what I mean?
The Vermillion curse.
Yeah, it's always worrying to have Vermillion.
Nah, man, you don't want to have Vermillion on comms.
Oh,
That's
is that
right,
what
you don't
curses
want
you?
'em. Oh man, you don't want him on comms.
It's like, all right, I need you to practice Vermillion. Okay, and then he plays Smash Bros for like 9 hours. I'm like choking. Sorry, give me a sec.
Yeah, this sniping section, man. I would love a wee skip for this. This is where we need a skip.
Yeah. What it does, the worst thing about sniping, if you're in a race, is it kind of deflates you for how, like, the section after sniping is really tough and really precise, and a lot can go wrong. And it kind of just switches you off when you do the sniping. It's too calm.
Yeah, like a lot of times you will just stand here and like, if you've made mistakes, you will think of them like right now. This is when like you'll be thinking of everything that you've messed up on.
Mm-hmm.
But the best and most positive way to deal with it is like to just try and look forward on the run. But it's easier said than done, especially in a race.
Yeah. What do you think these players will do for Vamp 2? You can just kind of leave your sniper for a second, not move it, and then fire all the bullets and it'll hit him. That tends to be like the race standard.
I would like to think that they just leave the scope alone and either mash really hard or hold turbo. But I think we'll see a wee zoom in and headshot. And I think we'll see just a normal strat. If I was a betting man, that's what I would say.
I hate going for the headshot on him.
So they are, mate. So they are. But you do see people do it. I just think it's risky. I think, like, obviously, like, the easiest method is just holding square, man. Just hold square. Nah, she's got a turbo on, man. She's ready to go. Yeah. Nice, easy method. It's over.
Can't go wrong. Can't go wrong
Yeah,
with
man, it's over in a second. That's it. That's good.
Oh, what's Repeat's doing here?
Whoa.
Don't do that.
I mean, it worked, but whoa.
Bit spooky for me, that, mate. Still neck and neck. Hard to say who is winning because Repeat started a little bit later. So it's so difficult to say.
This bridge right here, man, if you fall down, it basically puts you back to the time left. You'll see it at the corner there, it puts you back to the start of that timer. If you fall, but Morton J's got 108 bullets left, so I think she'll be alright, and Repeats has got like 51. So I think we're going to get by here fine.
Yeah, it's the most costly continue that you can make, or realistically make, in the entire run, is falling down that bridge.
And we've all done it. We've all been there.
At some point, you will do it. Or hopefully not in a race, but good from both. And now we've got this unskippable torture section, and then the Jejunum, followed by Tengu 1 and Tengu 2, and then Raise, Solidus to finish. Intense section, lots can go wrong.
You know this fellow?
endgame's like a bit of a gauntlet in it,
Remember me,
Mhm.
don't
with
you?
breathers in between.
Grown.
So like it lets you think about like, oh no,
High
oh no.
concentration of cerebral
Because there's a
interference.
couple of sections where like you swing a sword and then you just get to stand and think, and then you've got Solidus talking to you and you just get to stand and think. Like it is quite intense.
Yeah, it's horrible. I mean, both of us, we've done many a VE race at this point, know kind of how it goes, and like you say, those bits of breathers are not actually good for you.
Nah, man, no. I would prefer it to just be like repeatedly thrown at me.
Yeah,
But nah,
too much
man, they
time to
drag it out.
think. You don't want to overanalyze the situation, like. So we'll call. I was going to say Eva. It would be weird if we called Eva. We're going to call Rose here, because otherwise you're just waiting for her to call you.
And we're coming up to like another really scary bit of the run. The gap, the infamous gap.
I feel like
That
we'll see
has
both go safe. You have to hold select at the start of this room in order to be able to get past the guard. If you let the call come in, the guard will see you as you try to get past.
I'm going to make a prediction, mate. I don't think we're going to see any safe stuff here at all.
No safe judging them, alright?
No, I don't think so, mate. I think it's going to just be intense. I can't
Yep.
even look.
She's across. That's the unsafe judging them right there.
Now it's time for repeats.
That cartwheel might cost him the
no.
cycle, you know. That codec definitely will.
Oh no. I hope he doesn't go for it. I hope he knows
Yeah.
to run around it.
You have to. If you
Nice. That's good awareness, that.
with your, oh wait, where's he going? This is not the
I've
strat.
never seen this.
I don't like it because you get an alert as well. Like, risk
But it-
being kicked by the guard. Suppose you get no gap.
kept them pretty open, and it completely eliminates the gap, I suppose.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't mind that. I don't mind that. It
Gotta
was good to
slash
see
your
a nice
sword.
risky one, though.
Yeah, it was clean. It was clean. But yeah, you got to slash your sword at the start here to start an invisible timer of 45 seconds, and now you just wait. You need to stay in the north of the room as well, otherwise the cutscene will never come in.
And we've seen that in races.
Yeah, I've done it. I've lost a PB to it.
Yeah, it's just forgetting to get the wee swipe because you're that used to like just walking away at that pit, at that part. So there we go, a good wee swipe for each. But Mockingjay's made up like a lot of time on repeats.
A decent amount, yeah. That risky Jejunum was worth it at this stage. She may not have
This
known how
end
much it was
game-
actually worth.
This end game always looks closer than what it is.
Yeah.
It always looks closer, but I think Mockingjay's got like a considerable lead at the moment.
This is Tengu 1. What we're doing is we're trying to get to the door at the end as quickly as possible, and we're going to do the door glitch, which will allow us to touch the load zone behind it. Saves a lot of time. That looks scary.
Yep.
Here we go. First time. Very, very
Yeah, man.
nice.
Very nice, I would take that any day.
And Tengu 2 got Fire the Stinger at some guards. Let's see how Repeats does with his Tengu 1. If he plays Euro, this has got to feel like a bit of a break, to be honest, from like how hard this is on Euro.
Yeah, this should be like a walk in the park.
Oh, he's got a guard spawn in. He should be good here. Oh, he's failed to do it. He needs it as soon as possible. His position on the door doesn't look good. You don't want to be on the AK. The AK's animation is a little bit more awkward.
Oh, you hate to see this.
Yeah, I have literally been there. I have literally been there desperately trying to get through this door. I don't think he's
And
letting
you
go of
just
R1.
panic.
He's either not letting go of R1 or letting go of it too late. Or too early, maybe? But anyway, the timing of it's very precise. Oh, and he gets the codec as well because Tengu 1 finished.
Not a bad idea, though.
So no,
Oh,
skip that codec with the door glitch. That'll probably seal it. I would assume that would seal it, but it's probably worth
Yeah.
telling afterwards that switching to the SOCOM gives you a larger window for letting go of R1.
Oh, you hate to see that. You
Yeah, no,
hate
it's
to
a
see it.
shame. Real shame.
And we've been in that position. You know exactly what's happened to him there. He's missed it once, and he's panicked.
And it's in
And
your
you've
head.
got
Yeah,
that
it's
alert
in your
on.
head.
Yeah, you've got the alert going. You've got guards coming down. You just panic.
Because the other thing is,
Panic.
once you miss it the first or second time, guards spawn on the left and right of you, and the auto aim locks onto them, and it puts you out of position to do it again.
Yeah. And you just don't know how to deal with it. Especially like if you're used to getting through. Because this can happen to quite a lot of people. They learn the trick, and then they get through every single time for that point on, and then in a race, they'll miss the door, and they just don't know how to deal with it.
Yeah, yeah, that is the thing. If you're used to getting it, you don't know what to do when it goes wrong. And another room like that is the room just before aims. You see
Yeah.
people like they don't know what to do when it goes wrong.
It's
Even
panic central.
yeah, even like super experienced players.
It's just panic city.
I'm going to see a buffer for the raise in order to get the first shot a little bit more consistently. Looks good,
Nice.
looks good. One more. Oh, missed the first headshot.
what's
I was
that?
wrong. Gonna have to hit the ray on the outside now. Fortunately, she's close to him. That's out.
That was a
bit
good
of time
backup.
loss. A little bit of time loss. Like if you don't get that initial headshot on the first ray, that can happen. You need to be firing it pretty much as soon as you got your stinger out. You have to fire that first shot.
Yeah. It was a good backup though. She knew to move across to the other side and just get set up for dealing with the far side ray.
Yeah, it'll close the distance between you and that ray.
Yeah, so it was a good backup. It was good awareness there. We'll see if repeats can get it the intended way. This is a thing that is tricky during a race. Like you just get a lot of pressure on you right now,
Absolutely.
and you need to open the fight properly. Like otherwise, it goes sideways.
I did say at the start, both these players, first time in the relay race, it's very intimidating. And I don't think any of them have lost it at any point. They've both played well. Sure, they've made mistakes. Who doesn't in a race?
Yeah, they've kept their cool. They've knew
Very
their
nice
wee
from
backups
Repeats.
where it mattered as well.
Yeah. I love that from Repeats. Like, it's the older style of doing the ray where you let it open its mouth when it jumps on stage. It is a slight bit slower, but it does look cool. Solidus from Mockingjay to finish the fight. I'm pretty sure this will be her victory.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Barring
gets knocked down.
barring a really, really bad fight. But yeah, the gap's just too big at this point. But Repeats has done well.
Yeah, on paper, the difference between the runners would say that Mockingjay would win by a margin, and I feel like he kept it competitive throughout, made for a really great race. It was enjoyable to watch. I loved every minute of it personally. I love watching this category. I love watching people race it.
Yep, any skill level a person is fun to watch at this game. You don't need to be the best.
And time for Mockingjay. Good fight. Let's see how Repeats does Solidus. 59.11. Sub hour on the RTA. Very nice time.
Yeah, it was a good run. Good run. And let's see how Repeats does.
I'm almost certain we'll be going to IGT as we use that to verify all races, especially with that late start, but
Yeah, I'm almost certain that this is Mockingjay's victory, but there was some late starts. I think Repeats uses D-pad for quite a lot of this run.
I do when I do it blindfolded.
Might need to get him to move on to the stick.
He does the spin slash as well for the final hit. I don't think that's good because it means you have less time to move away from Solidus and bait like rockets.
That was nice there.
Ooh, unfortunate RNG again. And time from
GG.
repeats.
GG.
Minute
That was
between
really
them.
good.
Do you remember this
We'll
place?
go to the IGT.
Of
Please
course.
mute the game
This is where
sounds
we
from
first
both.
met.
If they want to jump
I
in here, they
remember
can.
now.
If they don't have to.
Today is the day
Yeah.
I met you.
Most
That was
likely
That's it.
a brilliant wee race.
enjoyed every minute of it, mate. Nice coming with you as well, JMC. Always
I
enjoy
know,
speaking
mate.
to
I
you.
know. I'm always like dead nervous doing these, man.
Man, it's just them lot. Like it's just
I
theory
know.
and that's
I
right.
know.
Hello.
How's
Hello,
it going,
Mockingjay.
man?
We're
Oh
pretty
my
sure you
gosh.
won.
Oh man, that was stressful. Oh, I had some moments in there. Oh my god.
Yeah, you had the problem at Olga at the start, second cut.
Oh man, yeah.
What do you do? What do you do? You just have to do your best.
I did. I just kept trying to shoot her and she just kept making it worse. I was like, will you stop, man?
Did you consider going for swim glitch or Emma bump or anything like that?
I nearly went for Emma Bump, but I was like, do you know what? No, just do it safe. Just go safe.
I think that was the right choice. You were both neck and neck at that point.
I like Swim Glitch, I'm not comfortable with at all, so that was never going to happen. But I'm comfortable with Emma Bump, but I didn't want to risk it, so.
You said to me you weren't going to go for ladder glitch, and then you
I
just
know,
executed
I
like the
know,
whole of that all fine. Did
I
you feel
know.
like you had to make up the time from
Yeah,
the Olga?
yeah, yeah. I was like, I felt like I couldn't not do it because of Olga. Oh god, I don't want to know what my tanker was. It's probably like a 7-minute tanker at least. Like,
Well,
oh,
Repeats had an issue with the photos. He had to go back and get one of the photos. So you were both pretty even you were both pretty even the entire race, to be honest.
Yeah, it was back and forth the entire time.
yeah.
Repeats
I
just
mean,
had an issue in Tengu 1. He couldn't get through the door. That was
see,
where the main discrepancy came from.
I just take that so slowly, and you get it every time. If you just take your time with it, you'll get it. You just don't rush it. That's what I do. It seems to work.
Did you switch to the SOCOM for the
Yeah,
glitch? Yeah.
yeah, because
Repeats didn't. I don't know if he knows.
I mean, you can do it with the AK. It's just I think it's safer to just do it with something that you know will work every time.
Yeah, it's just the
Yeah.
window for letting go of R1 is bigger
Yeah.
with the SOCOM.
Yeah.
SOCOM at that part is like 100% a run saver.
Yeah, it doesn't cost you
'Cause it
anything
is-
to swap weapons, so that's the other weapon
Exactly,
you
and
have on.
it's just so lenient in comparison to the AK. I feel as if like the timing window is just so open, and it will always work. But it's a shame that happened in a race. We understand what happened there. He's been under pressure, and he's just messed up and no knew how to deal with it. But other than that, man, it was a very, very close race. Like, he kept this close.
Rio was just so bad as well. Like, I missed the fourth shot, and then I was like, oh no, and it all went downhill.
The funny
Both.
thing is, like, the both of you had like a very similar Harrier as well.
That's a lot kinder than I was going to put it. I was going to say both your Harriers were disasters.
I panicked, right? Because I didn't know how many stingers I had, and I was like, I need enough for vamp, the first vamp with turbo, and I didn't know, so I had to run and get more stingers, and he hit me down again, and that's made me lose more time. And I was like, oh, but it was worth it because I was like, I'm not risking vamp without the stingers.
Turned out well.
Yeah, yeah.
If you grab the ammo pack during the fight, you always have enough. Like,
Is Repeats joining us, or is he unable to join?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I haven't
Does he
seen
know
anything.
Ken? Maybe not. I don't know. That's up to him.
But it was a good race. Good times.
I
Wee
enjoyed
hiccups
the
for
hell out
both
of it.
sides, man, but like, what can you do? What can you do?
Yeah.
It's a no reset, you know what I mean? Like, you just need to take what the game gives you. But you've coped well with it.
Yeah.
I seen
How
that you
do you
went for the Claymore as well on the bridge.
Oh, I know. I messed that up as well. I was like, for God's sake, anything else?
But nah, it's good that the two of yous, like, the game was thrown all sorts at yous and yous just kept it good, man.
Yeah, it's definitely not my the best run I've done, but I was under pressure and I was nervous and you know, it happens. Do the best you can, I guess. And
Nah, it's been a great opening, man. It's been good.
What do you think your IGT is?
guess from the timer on the screen on the stream, I'm gonna guess it's like a 108.
I'd say somewhere about there, yeah.
I mean, in my head, I thought it was going to be like a 10, 108, 109, probably from like the mistakes I made. My Olga cost me at least a minute. Like, she was not having it.
How do you feel about your team? Do you think you'll win today?
I reckon we will. Yeah, I mean, I think I've given us a head start, so that's good.
Absolutely, and a point on the board as well, most likely. We'd have to see some crazy IGT. I was going to say the F word then. IGT
I was
magic.
going to say print screen, but
Print screenery. Hopefully not.
Oh man.
Next up, Proof Rock versus Plywood. Twin Snakes, very easy. Cool run.
Very nice,
Nick
very
RPGreen and Joe commentating that as well. That should be really good.
I'm looking forward to that.
I love a Twin Snakes race.
I
We
love
can't-
how refined Twin Snakes got. Like, not that it wasn't refined before, but like they've added wee funky bits in.
Yeah,
Like,
the VE category wasn't as explored until the league happened, and then some stuff was like found, and people started doing that VR movement. It was cool
I
to
know
see.
they're like picking up SOCOMs before you're meant to pick up SOCOMs and all that. That's
Yeah.
good stuff.
Yeah, should be a good do. I'm excited for every race today, but I'm excited for UnMetal for the first time in the relay race. It's nice to see that we all adopted that game and was like, no, you are a Metal Gear game. You can be in our events.
I think I'm about to come up to time.
Don't forget to mash.
I've got turbo on. I don't need to mash.
Don't forget to let go then, so we can actually see your IGT.
Watch me not let go of it now. My God, it's a 106. What?
106, let's go.
GG.
I did not have that in my head.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be like a 108 as well.
Wow, I'm shocked by that.
GG though, won it, most likely won it for your team. I mean, we do need to see what Repeat's got as well, but
I'm happy with
Yeah,
that.
I
I'm
can't.
happy with that.
I mean, Repeat started a small bit later than you, but I don't think it would make up a gap like that. I think this is a Mockingjay victory.
Thanks. It's about time.
hey, if it's a draw, you go into the tanker. So be
Oh
prepared.
no! Don't put me in the
I hope
tanker
it's
again.
a draw. Gaze a draw.
I don't want a draw, please.
We want a draw. We want to see you go to the tanker.
No, we don't.
To the gulag.
I blooming hate that tanker, man.
Time for Repeats to mash.
This black screen takes forever, man.
I know.
Oh, thank God for that.
107.36, man. That's
It's not a draw.
bad.
GG's.
GG. Both.
Really good race. Congrats,
Thank
Mockingjay,
you.
for the victory. Win it for Team Grenade, guy. You got any final words before we move on?
Just thanks for having me, and go Team Grenade Guy. Hope
Hell
everyone
yeah.
plays well today, and good luck to everyone playing today. I know it's pretty stressful and nervous doing anything on stream, so good luck, guys.
Yeah. JMC, you got any final words, mate?
Just good luck to everybody today, and cheers for carrying me on comms, mate.
Yeah, always. It was a great time. We'll be back really soon with the next race. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter at Apache Smash. Have a good day, everyone. See you later.
Thank you very much, Apache and JMC. Congratulations to Team Grenade Guy. You've picked up the first point of the race. We will be back after a short intermission with Twin Snakes. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty, folks, welcome back to this end of year relay. We're just gonna. There's something wrong with the screen there, so we're just gonna quickly hop back to intermission and get that fixed. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Apologies for the delay, a slight technical hiccup, but we are now back with our MGSR end of year relay, and we have got Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes with Prufrock representing Team Grenade and Plywood representing Team Fatman. I'm going to be commentating for you, and with me, I've got the wonderful Joseph Joestar.
Hey everyone, it's good to be back commentating for Twin Snakes again. Feels like it's only just yesterday, Nick, that we were both commentating on a Twin Snakes race not too long ago for the Twin Snakes League.
Oh, crikey, yeah. You are not wrong. All right, well, we are going to get this race underway in just a moment. Looks like both runners are ready.
Okay, here we
All
go.
right.
So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and
Oh shit.
they're
Here
off.
we go again.
All right, so once again, everyone, welcome. Apologies for the technical hurdles we had, but we want to just shout out to our wonderful tech wizards for getting things back on track. Couldn't be anywhere without them. So I guess we got well, more or less a waiting game for the elevator, but I guess, you know, like I said, the last time I was part of Twin Snakes was the Twin Snakes League, which we did here not too long ago. Nick and I and many others participated, and also shoutouts to Blue Metal for taking home the trophy for that league. But for now, it's just going to be a waiting game of the elevator, possibly trolling the guards, gathering ammo, getting the M9, which is located conveniently at the very start for Twin Snakes. But I guess, Nick, what are you looking forward to with our opponents with Prufrock and Plywood?
It should be a really interesting race. These are both very good runners at Twin Snakes. Obviously, lots of practice this year with the very easy league, which was a lot of fun. Proved deciding to take out some rats whilst Plywood's doing a little dance to pass the time. But yeah, one of the things that the runners, the commentators were talking about in MGS2 was some of the little optimizations that got found and things like that. Particularly with the VE League, we got the SOCOM early grab, things like that. So it'll be interesting to see how many of those little things, those little time saves that these guys can pull out.
You know, I'm gonna call that little thing that Plywood just did there, Nick, I'm gonna call it the Plywood Shuffle. If he listens back to this, I think he'll get a kick out of that. Yeah. So, elevator's finally here. Now things can actually get underway. So with very easy, it's a lot of just being optimal, skipping through things as fast as possible, optimizing movement. Having the M9 early is a very big convenience because guards will go down in one trank shot regardless of where you hit them. Other than that, it's going to be a race to the cell block on B1 of the tank hangar building. And I imagine both runners will be opting out of radar, not only just for visual preference, but you actually skip a little bit of a codec, which is part of the introductory of, you know, how to read the radar screen. But if you have it disabled, you won't get that part of the codec. It's just one of many, you know, minor optimizations. And then one thing you're going to be seeing both of these guys do is they're going to be equipping and unequipping just whatever item they're holding. So in this case, the M9, it may look like they're just spamming it for the heck of it, but in actuality, every time you click and unequip your weapon, like they're doing, it actually speeds up your crawling animation. It's kind of skips part of it, and every time you do this, I think there's like I don't know if it's like 4 to 6 presses per second. I forgot what the rate is. But it allows you to crawl faster. It does make a difference, especially in sequences where you do have to crawl for extended periods of time like this.
Yeah, in this vent in particular, you're doing it to beat a guard cycle here. So there's a guard who will walk across, but by using the quick unequip, then you beat that guard and get to the elevator without him spotting you.
I was actually gonna address what someone said in the chat, but I think it's a little too early, Nick. But yeah, it's a Meryl slap into another room. Well, there's a good story on that, but I assure you, we'll at least I'll mention something about it when we get there. But one thing I was hoping to see, which I don't think I saw, is for elevators. There's a random chance of getting what we call a fast elevator, meaning the door opens as you press the button twice. It's random. I just pray that it happens, and sometimes it's just if it feels like a good day, you might get one. It just saves you like a couple seconds if you get it. At the moment, I mean, it seemed like a big deal, but over the course of a run, it does help for everyone that you do get.
Yeah,
But for now,
a little bit of weird RNG that you get in the original as well, and in 2, but it doesn't tend to make as much. I don't feel like it makes as much of a difference in 2.
yeah, I mean, there are some elevators where it's kind of not really, I guess, like beneficial if you get it. In Twin Snakes and especially in MGS1, it does make a big difference if you get it. But for now, it's more waiting and... Oh, wait, something happened in there. Oh, no, the DARPA chief died. Well, wait, was he really the DARPA chief, though? But meanwhile, it's gonna be the first, I guess, like, mini boss rush. It's gonna be the guy. I mean, I remember we talked about this during the Twin Snakes League, where it was, you know, do we call it the guard rush, the cell fight, the guard fight? I don't know. I mean, guard rush is just engraved in my head from MGS2, but more importantly, I don't think either one went. Oh, they did get it.
They
Nice.
they both went for the pause buffer method, and yeah, both of them pulled it off. They rolled out of the room before the fight started, grabbed the SOCOM, and it just means that you instantly have the SOCOM for the start of the fight. You don't need to turn around and grab it. The other advantage is where the SOCOM was, it then turns into more ammo, so you don't have to go down to the locker at the very south of this room to get it. As far as the fight goes, Proof's having a bit of problem. Plywood seems to be under control. He is going to backtrack for said ammo, because you've got a little bit of time here.
Yeah, killing the guards is faster than tranking them, more than just, you know, ease of ammo. But it's it takes them out of the encounter sooner. Like they despawn and their body disappears faster. Tranking them is more if you're going for like big boss attempts on extreme, where you can't kill anybody. But on very easy, it's, man, let her loose, dude. I mean, Liquid says we enjoy all the killing, and, you know, we're clearly going to demonstrate that today. Just saying.
It was interesting there that Plywood went for headshots for the last couple of guards. Headshots take slightly longer for the guards to die because they have a different animation where they kind of like lean over and then fall down, as opposed to just killing them normally where they fall down and die straight away. So I think that gave Proof just a tiny little bit of chance to speed up, but these guys are very, very close now.
Yeah, I mean, at least on my screen, they look like they're neck and neck. I mean, just maybe minus, you know, the delay of the start time. Because, again, just like with MGS2 Substance, Twin Snakes on emulator, for the Dolphin emulator, it will go to IGT, since we do have helpful resources for actually knowing what that IGT is going to be. So shoutouts to BMN for making the auto splitter for that. As we get underway with the Ocelot fight. And Nick, I don't know how I'm gonna get through this, man. I always get nervous. Oh wait, they could just stand still and then just aim at his head 3 times?
I did not like that Plywood had no health at the start of that, but it did not cause any problems whatsoever.
Wait, I didn't even notice that. God. But yeah, so Ocelot on Twin Snakes isn't nearly as nerve-wracking, unlike in the original, where you had to either go for a SOCOM loop, trade-off shots, or do the infamous 2 grenade strat. But in Twin Snakes, they made it so easy that all you had to do is just literally stand still, aim at Ocelot's head, maybe duck every once in a while, and 3 trink shots, and you're off to the races. But also, unlike in the original, you have to call Meryl. She'll open the level 5 door on the tank hangar. In the original game, we could bypass this through the vent skip that's in there. Unless if somebody finds a way to do it otherwise. It's just a nice little brief call with Meryl, making her way back up to the elevator, which is now going to be the next scary obstacle. And actually, it is scary. You know, no sarcasm this time. It's going to be the laser roll. Well, at least potentially the laser roll. I expect Plywood to do it. I'm not sure if Prof's going to do it as well. The important thing is you want to answer this codec as you go up as fast as possible and skip this cutscene. Because as the door opens, there's a timed cycle of series of lasers in here. Both did it. Prof looks like he did the little riskier one, and Plywood played it a little bit safe, doing the close, like, I guess, like, shimmied up. I think it was... trying to think. I think it was Wall Guy that came up with a method where you could just roll past the first 2, shoot 2 more, and then roll past the last one. I just tend to shoot all 3 for safety. But very nice. So now we got the tank fight.
And just like the with the laser roll, there's no joking here. This is not an easy fight. Very, very precise aiming and shooting required. Good first shot from both. Good second shot from both. Oh, Plywood just struggling a little bit there, but they've both dispatched Gunner 1 with no major incident. Then the first shot on Gunner 2, probably the most difficult shot. And then we do the little Plywood shuffle around to the left, just forces the gunner to have to turn the gun, gives you a little bit of extra time. Oh, Plywood, no.
Uh-oh.
Oh dear, Plywood,
yeah, I think it was because he didn't... Yeah, I think it was because the sequence of shots were kind of, you know, off pattern. It's going to cause the tank to do this, so he's going to go up the hill to what's now a backup strat. I think it was the older strat of where you would actually shoot from where Plywood is right now. Ooh. Oh, wait, wait, does he get it? Oh, he gets it. Okay, so nice. That's going to give Prof an early lead going into B1 of the nuke building. Man, I did not expect that.
It's one of the things throughout the whole of Twin Snakes. There's a lot of moments where if you let the game get away from you, you're punished hard. Twin Snakes isn't overly difficult, particularly on very easy. It's not a particularly difficult run, but it is a very punishing run when things go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I don't think we mentioned with very easy is, you know, the lasers in the tank hangar, for example. If you get caught, it's a fixed alert that you're stuck with. You just have to, you know, basically die off, get a continue, and then redo it. You know, the nuke building, they both just went through. If you get caught in there, that's another sequence where you either have to continue out or somehow, like, fight your way out to get the alert to go away. It's a good entryway category, but you're right, Nick. It can be brutal when it wants to be.
No issues with the Nikita shot there from Proof. Gonna see Plywoods. Proof on his way to the next boss fight, which is the Cyborg Ninja. Another boss fight where the strategy for this is different from the original game. Whereas in the original game, we try and get through his cycles as quickly as possible. In Twin Snakes, we're going to keep the Cyborg Ninja in his first state. And that's going to be done by a combination where we're going to do a punch kick, and then we're going to shoot him, and then we're going to punch him again. And that's going to keep him in this first phase throughout the entire fight.
Yeah, and then you may see intermixes of, you know, the punch kick combo or a punch roll with the Nikita equipped. It does the same thing, just, you know, giving you maybe a little more damage on trying to, you know, let's say, you know, get his health down a little bit faster. Instead of just doing like shot punch, you could just do a shot roll with Nikita. For some reason, if you have the Nikita equipped as you're either rolling or kicking, it does a higher damage value versus just punching them either with the SOCOM equipped or just unarmed. Nicely done by Prof. Plywood. Still making his way down. He's got Ninja in a really good spot. Ninja can be a little random on where he leaps to, depending on how you control him. Where he's got him right now, it's a little bit easier to kind of anticipate, your next series of attacks. And ooh, yeah, God, I hate it when that happens. Okay, so he's got him down low enough so he can get the last hit or roll. Meanwhile, Prof is still coming out ahead from this.
It's looking good for him. Yeah,
But the next question I'm wondering is, though, don't you, when it comes to this lab, will we see either one go for the Mario action figure in the corner for the free one-up? I mean, people ask me, why do you go for that Mario action figure? And I was like, I just like the one-up. I mean, does it do something for the rest of the run? I don't know. I like to think so. Does it waste time? I mean, absolutely. But hey, I just feel like it makes me feel good, and then somehow good things happen.
Well,
all right, so
Bruce's not interested. He's just gone.
Man,
just gone.
Lost opportunity, man. All right, Plywood, don't let me down. Go for the one-up.
At this point, Plywood's got to know he's behind.
Go for the one-up anyway. Oh, man. But I guess coming up next is going to be another hectic fight. Nobody went for it. Oh, I tried.
It's all right. We're here for you.
Yeah. So the next hectic fight, or at least it can be hectic, is Psycho Mantis. So I guess maybe talk a little bit about what's coming up with that.
Psycho Mantis is a really funky fight for some reason, and nobody has ever discovered why this is the reason with Psycho Mantis, but his his right leg, you're looking at it on the left when he's facing you, his right leg is programmed to take the same amount of damage as a headshot. As I say, nobody knows why. It's the only in fact, it's the only instance in the entire series that we know of that something like this happens. And so what the runners are going to be trying to do is they're going to take him out non-lethally, because it is quicker to take him out non-lethally. And they're going to do some very precise damage for the first stage. That's going to let them do what's called the... they're going to do a grenade skips. They're going to... No, I'm thinking of MGS1 now. I'm getting my runs mixed up. Joe?
I think what they're trying to get like an early face skip. I think maybe it's what you're referring to, because in MGS1 you use a grenade to get you there, but what you're gonna see here is they're gonna kneel down by this couch, which is gonna be specific to get Psycho Mantis to spawn there, and then try to get a double punch, which he did not get. So what he's trying to do is space out the damage just right, so that once Psycho Mantis goes into the middle to start lifting up the chairs, to start spinning them around, he's gonna follow up with a series of shots on his right leg again, and if he gets the damage proportion just right,
I think you got it.
When he goes to use Meryl against you the first time, she's gonna get up and then instantly collapse back down. If I correct this in this, I think this was found by Roy, this face skip.
See, Plywood here's had a much better setup. Got the headshot on the leg at the very start of the fight, and yeah, this is looking good from Plywood. It's gonna allow him to catch up a little bit. But that's perfect damage.
Yeah, I was gonna say, getting that setup to work perfectly from beginning to, what's basically the end part of the fight is very difficult. Okay, Roy is just now confirming he stumbled on it, but Blue Furry and Wall Guy refined it. Gotcha. Shoutouts to our Twin Snakes runners for, finding this stuff. I know Wall Guys especially helped me out with stuff here and there, along with others, just popping in whenever I'm running something. So Prof is done with his fight. I guess because it went by so quickly, when Meryl is being possessed for the second time, you could just go for a quick headshot. Mantis and all of his infinite psychic wisdom, he doesn't realize, hey, I could just shoot you again. And he's like, what? No, can't be. And if you're quick enough, you can get a quick double weakness shot. If not, just another one, like as he goes back to the middle, will do. And now here we are, the caves. Ho ho ho, the caves.
Proves through without any problems. Let's see if Plywood gets any shenanigans.
Well, speaking of shenanigans, there's a funny story about these caves, Nick, if you don't mind me sharing.
Oh, I wonder where you're going with this. Oh no, Ply! He's been wolfed.
Oh, he got dogged.
Gets through on the second one.
Yeah, the dogs in the caverns and Twin Snakes do not mess around. I mean, they might be scary in the original, but they made them even worse.
Plywood not taking any chances and just absolutely peppering Meryl with bullets.
Yeah, the idea is to either trank or soul calm Meryl.
He's got corner mine!
Oh, here comes the Meryl spank.
Oh no. Meanwhile, Pruff looks like he Pruff's through cave 2 without any issues. Oh
okay.
Wow.
Shenanigans story time. So, during the Twin Snakes tournament, Nick was going through the underground passage to get in, and like I was saying, to skip the Meryl cutscene of what would normally just be, "What's wrong, Snake? I thought you were good with dogs." Or if you attack her without getting to the door first, you'll get another cutscene where Meryl would just basically slap you and saying, "What are you doing?" So Nick was trying to do that, did his shots, but he missed the roll, basically tackling into Meryl, but he was close enough to the door when this happened, so Meryl turned around, slapped Nick into the door, and actually put him into the next room. Isn't that convenient?
It was it was pretty funky. I've never been able to replicate it. It's probably actually very difficult to set up because you've got to be stood in the exact right position to do it. So
yeah, and that phenomenon is now known as the Nick slap.
I am very pleased that in the short amount of time I played Twin Snakes, I've managed to leave my mark.
Hey, sometimes in mistakes, great names are generated. Believe me, my MGS2 Shell 1-2 connecting bridge has already earned me a lot of marks on that one, not some good ones. But I guess going back to the game. The nice thing about Twin Snakes, other than just some of the quality of life improvements, is the devs added a PSG-1T sniper rifle, which is a lot closer to you than having to backtrack all the way to the armory to get the PSG-1 sniper rifle like you would normally have to, or through other methods, which, let's see. So, Sniper 1, just like in the original, it can be very annoying to deal with. Her starting position is random. If you get your shots lined up just right, I think it's... God, I don't remember. I think it's like 3 headshots and 2 body hits to beat her. I forget the damage proportion, but it's... if you can get your headshots in...
3 headshots, 1 body shot.
Ah, 1 body shot, gotcha.
As we're seeing this from Plywood here, two headshots. He's gonna try and hit her as she's moving along, but he's struggling a little bit. And that was a much faster fight than Proof. Proof had a little bit of bad luck with Sniper Wolf hiding behind the pillar in the middle. If that happens, there's nothing you can do. You just have to wait for it to come out. But she was much kinder to Plywood. And we're gonna see the quick little bit of tech from Ply. Yep, he as he rolls there, he quickly swapped back to his PSG-1. It just means that the PSG-1 stays as his active weapon and then gets removed because he now has no weapons. But the M9 stays on his previous. So when he gets his equipment back, he'll be able to immediately switch back to the M9. And they're both runners there submitting to torture. No Meryl percentage this run. Sorry, Joe. Again, we're all here for you, dudes.
Yeah, I've already just come to terms that, it's just gonna happen. I'll go cry in a corner later. Oh, but yes, the prison. So lots of things that can happen in here. Other than just, tapping on the wall, waiting for Johnny to say a few words, mostly of, hey, Shut up in there, will you?
It's something I talk about. Something I talk about a lot in the prison because there's not a lot going on. So what do you have to talk about? The difference between Johnny in MGS1 and Twin Snakes is, I don't know why it fascinates me so much, but it does. In MGS1, Johnny is very aggressive. He's very like, shut up in there, will you? Shut up. Whereas in Twin Snakes, he's much more agreeable. He's just like, oh, come on, shut up, come on. You know, he's just trying to be, you know, he's just trying to have a quiet afternoon, and you just, you know, he's been on guard duty all day. He just wants some peace and quiet.
Yeah, they definitely mellowed him out in Twin Snakes, and the original, he just, I don't know, maybe woke up. Well, I mean, then again, I mean, he did have a rough go of it in the cell block earlier. I mean, he got beat up, his clothes were taken, got a cold. So, I mean, yeah, I can understand he's ticked off. But since both are doing the faster ending, you just have to buy yourself time for Johnny to not only just say his stuff, but he's gonna run off to the restroom because he has a bad case of stomach issues. And then while he runs up to the bathroom, you get greeted by Otacon, who is going to give you some handy-dandy stuff to escape. And now the question is, how are we going to see both of these guys get out? There are several different methods. There's what I call the Alien YOLO roll, which I think Alien is the only one that goes for it.
I don't even think Alien goes for it now.
Yeah, it's like the hardest prison roll you can go for. Then there's like a 2 bonk, which you do the first bonk at the door, and then you do a second one at that little like terminal there. And Prof looks like he's gonna play it safe. Okay, so that was the third method I was gonna say, is you just lure Johnny to the door, roll him over, and then leave the room and come back. What this does is if you get out before Johnny recovers and you don't get the cutscene of you know, him running off to the restroom again, you skip a story flag trigger, which indicates that you had escaped. It doesn't mean that you're soft locked. You have the key card to advance. What this will do is it will not really move the game forward enough to trigger things like the gun cam turrets in the hallway that Prof is in. It will also not get the codec in the underground passage when you come back, which is the big time save.
Both runners have played it safe. Plywood's also done exactly the same.
Yeah. The riskier strat in here, if you don't do the Alien YOLO roll, is you would lure Johnny over to the terminal, do a bonk, and then run through and roll up to the item box. It does save you a few more seconds than having to leave and enter the room and, you know, get your gear. But the consequences for missing it, and believe me, I've had this happen plenty, is you lose at least like 25 seconds plus, because not only are you going to lose time in the medical room, but you're going to lose time on the codec that you will be receiving later in the underground passage. But both weren't going to try to take that risk because, you know, it's still fairly close right now. I mean, I know Prof is in the lead. He's probably like, you know, room and a half ahead from Ply, but, you know, still have to go into Disc 2, and there's still plenty of things that can happen, especially with the infamous Hind D fight. Which I'm sure everybody that's ran VE probably despises that fight to death. I know I'm one of them. But yeah, so far this has been a really interesting race.
Yeah, not too much separating the two runners, just little bits here and there. Plywood is trying to find every opportunity he can to claw some of this back. I'll be honest, I am surprised he didn't go for the hard prison roll. If he knows he's behind, and I'm pretty sure Ply generally watches the other runner, or at least checks in on from time to time on them. So I'm surprised that he didn't see he was behind and think, okay, I could do with doing the hard prison roll to get some time back. Maybe he's banking on Prof making some mistakes with the Hind D and with Wolf 2. Because those are really your only 2 big time saves left in the run.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it just, you know, depends. You know, sometimes if you're just not feeling the the hard prison roll. Sometimes it's best just to go with the safer option. And if plywood is, like you say, you know, kind of scanning what the other run is up to and see is perhaps if they go for it and miss, that could be an opportunity to try to use that as a moment to, you know, gain some time back. But for now, it's going to be Pruff going up Tower B, or I'm sorry, Tower A first. Meanwhile, Plywood is now just getting through the underground passage himself. Okay, so he's going to throw... Oh, Pruff, he threw that stun too early. Oh, no, that is going to cost him. And he didn't trigger the guards either. So that's going to be a few seconds to Plywood right there. And then... Oh, oh, man, he is not off to a happy start with Tower A.
Oh, yeah, he's just making that left turn just a little bit too early. Now, luckily, he's got plenty of stuns. There is another packet of stun grenades just here. So he may just go for stuns throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, Plywood is doing what you should do is, like, you just preemptively throw it, like, as you're about to open the door. There's actually a corner where you could start cooking the stun grenade. And as you throw it, the guards that show up, they'll just basically run right into it. Fun fact.
Pruff actually didn't pick up the extra stun grenades. This is
Oh yeah, you're right. And he's stuck in another corner. You could use the M9 to take out these guards that basically try to cut you off as you go up the steps. It only takes one shot, which is no different regardless of difficulty, but stuns can take out guards just slightly ahead of you, whereas the M9 is limited to only what you can lock onto as you're going up. But yeah, I mean, Pruff starting off disc 2 a little shaky. So this is giving Plywood just little bits of room here to just claw his way back up. So I think Pruff is on top floor right now. Plywood is on, I think it was 18. So he's not too far behind right now.
I mean, yeah, this has looked pretty good from Plywood. He seems to have gone, you know, pretty standard method, and he knows exactly where he's throwing his stuns. He knew when to use the M9. Just a little bit of unease from Pruff there. I'm not sure what's going through his head there, but just, you know, the rest of his run so far has been pretty solid. So I don't know, looks like lapse in concentration, or don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, lots of things can happen. It's like, you know, you're on a roll, you make a mistake, you get frazzled, and you're trying to, you know, make up, you know, for lost time that you realize is lost time. But that's the other thing is, even though it's on very easy, it is easy to lose time to just, you know, rather, you know, just like minor mistakes that can end up snowballing into bigger ones later. But for now, it's going to be the repel section. Both are attempting what I anticipate is going to be the girder glitch. Pruff, okay, he's having a little bit of trouble. I think he got hit by it was either the steam vent or the Hindy gun burst.
He had a bit of trouble getting away from the girder at the bottom left-hand corner. It just delayed him enough so that the Hindy shot him. On your other screen here, you should see. There we go. You see Plywood executing that nicely.
Yeah, so what you're doing is you're trying to repel into the, like, diagonal girder beam a certain way, which if you either bump into it, or in this case, since he did it a slightly different method, is if you try to, I don't know what you call it, like, not really lean up against the wall, but trying to put your feet up against it and interact with it, it'll actually cause you to just teleport straight down. It just saves you a little bit of time. Oh yes, the one annoying thing about Twin Sinks over the original, they decided, hey, you know what? Let's swap the weapon location from the Stinger around. I mean, they left it straight ahead in the original game, and in Twin Snakes, they're like, you know what? Let's just change it. Let's just mess up the player if they're thinking, oh yeah, I played the original game. I know the Stinger's gonna be here, and wait, an ammo pack? What? Not a big deal. It's just something I was always annoyed with when trying to learn how to speedrun the game. Is like, okay, I'm gonna go grab the Stinger. It's like, wait, get the Stinger first. What? Ooh, Pruff having a little bit of trouble going up the steps.
Yeah, he seems to be getting his momentum back, but it's just little bits here and there. I think that repel section might have just frazzled him a little bit.
Meanwhile, I'm looking at Plywood's screen, and he only has one other chaff right now, so he is gonna run into trouble eventually as he makes his way up, because every 4 sets of stairs, there's gonna be a set of gun cam turrets. Is gonna be 1, 2, 3, and 4 accordingly. And then as you're going up, oh, go ahead, man.
I was about to say he only had chaff grenades for the first one. He's not. He's stair gliding, which is why he's equipping and unequipping. But yeah, he didn't have quite enough chaff grenades for all of them.
Oh, I see what he's doing. He's kind of using them on the first and third set, and then I think on the fourth one, he's just gonna, you know, run for it. I mean, you may get a little bit of screen lag when the turrets go off. Ugh.
Yeah, there's the chug.
Yeah, there it is. Ooh. And so many bullets fired at once, it slows down the game.
Luckily, the game timer runs at the same time, so the game time will have chugged, and we will be going by IGT. So it doesn't actually make that much difference. It's just not very pleasant to look at. So both runners getting started on Hind D. Prof seems to be struggling to find. Oh, there he is.
Oh, there he is.
There we go. Plywood's getting started as well.
Yeah, so phase 1 of Hind D can have like one of like 2 or 3 like flight patterns you can anticipate. It's dependent on like how early you attack Hind D, and it'll always try to like fly opposite of where you attacked it. So like if you attacked it on like the west side of the tower, it'll try to fly over into the eastern side and then make a turn. And then you can use that pattern to anticipate your follow-up shots. And then when you get into phase 2, this is where the rubber meets the road on whether or not if you're going to get a great run, somewhat of a good run, or your run just goes down and you know, goes down in flames, is this part. On very easy, not only is the flight speed of the Hind rather slow over other difficulties, especially on extreme. On very easy, when it descends down every time you attack it, not only do you want to try to get as many hits as you can before it gets out of sight, but it can decide, you know what, I'm just going to take a really long time to sweep down and then go around. And see, now it's happening to Plywood. You know, I hate to see it, but this is just the nature of the fight. Prof trying to get his last hit in, and he does.
That was really good. That was really good from Prof. He had some good RNG there. The Hind decided to fly straight over the top of the tower, so he was able to get 3 shots off in one section. Bly's also doing really well at getting these double shots in.
Oh, wow, the game just threw Plywood a bone there. Just giving him a quick ascension from Hind right there.
Yeah, pretty nice RNG for both runners there. You love to see it, but you don't always. In fact, you very rarely see good Hind D RNG.
Yeah, like I said, you know, Hind is where your run can be made or broken. It's just the way it is. I think even, you know, world record pace, I don't know, like I think it's just virtually dependent on having like the perfect Hind D of whatever you can get, along with other things. Let's see, Prof trying to do the grenade into the gun cam turrets, and he looks like he threw his really late. Just like in the original game, you can cook your grenade just a floor below where the gun cam turrets would be. And if you throw it at the right time, it'll just detonate right into them, and he got him right there. Plywood now doing it for his. Oop, threw his a little bit late. He did get 1 of the 3, but you know, you do want to get all of them as you make your way down. But one thing you could do as a backup, should you not get the turret, is you can kind of roll as the turrets are about to fire. You can kind of damage animation cancel the like stun effect a little bit. But more importantly, you're not going to faceplant into the stairs if you do it too soon.
Yeah,
Okay,
both runners here struggled a lot with that section.
Yeah, I mean, learning this grenade thing personally, I think was probably rather difficult with this one over the original, but it is very... I think it's easy to learn, but it's hard to really replicate and be consistent. Especially with the release timing. let's see. Wait a minute. There's something odd about this elevator. The weight alarm went off, but Snake's only in there, and... Oh, wait, it's an ambush! 4 stealth guards, the infamous 4 horsemen, but you know what their one weakness is? Boom! The C4. Wow, what a nice little reference to this relay today. Going out with a bang.
Snake turning to the other 4 and saying, I brought your favorite! Explosives! Sorry, I've been wanting to get that Fatman line in all relay so far, and I don't think I'm gonna get another chance.
No, I definitely applaud you for that one. I'm surprised I didn't even think of that. But yes, the best way to take out the 4 horseman guards in there is just plant a C4 on the ground, detonate it. Doesn't do enough damage to kill you outright, but it'll kill all 4 guards at once. And now Sniper Wolf 2, just like Hind, it can help make or break your run, along with a joyous bundle of RNG attached to it, which with Prof, he's getting the brunt of it right now, getting a spawn where she could be behind a tree. You ideally want to get her out in the open, or at the very least just having her aim at you so you can get a quick shot in. The nice thing about this fight is there's an ammo box for the PSU-1T off to the side, which you can just park yourself on top of it, and if you run out to 0, it'll just spawn a pack of 5 right on top of you, and oh, he's struggling to get that headshot. He's firing too early. Okay, Plywood. Well, he's
hiding for Plywood as well. It doesn't look like Luck's going to be on his side to let him get ahead, but I think he's made again. He's doing a better. He's doing a better job of it than Proof did. He's going to come out on top as far as
really
that fight,
nice.
as far as that fight goes, but it's just not quite enough yet.
Yeah,
And,
Sniper 2 can be, annoying. I mean, she can be behind a bad spot. She can juke, where she'll go across the middle and then turn around when you're not seeing it. But, yeah, I think... I want to say that Sniper 2 is roughly about the same for them. I don't know if anyone really got ahead of the other. Maybe it was, like, slightly better for Plywood.
It seems that either each fight or each little segment, Plywood's clawing just a little bit each time, but it's only a little bit, and it's just not quite enough. And he is now gonna really quickly run out of time to bring this back, because for as long as this final section is, there isn't that much that can go wrong.
Well, at least you said it, not me.
At least, unless you make a really silly mistake. I mean, again, here, if you're looking at Proof's screen, he made a little bit of a mess of that fight. Another opportunity for Plywood to claw back a little bit of time, but that's all it's going to be. And look at that, a really, really good elevator fight from Ply there. Much cleaner. It's going to close that gap further, but there's still a good, 10, 15 seconds between them?
Yeah, it's, like you say, like these encounters that happen throughout the game, every little bit of time save you get does matter over the course of the entire run, even if it's just little bits of seconds here and there. But you're right, as you're getting closer to Rex's lair, there are fewer and fewer, opportunities to get, bundles of time save. Especially given the fact that, the rat RNG is thankfully not an issue. In MGS1, there are ways to deal with it with the alert farming method, aka rat RNG is dead, grab emoji. But in Twin Snakes, they decided to make the rat RNG consistent, giving you a break. And there are ways to reach that rat consistently, depending the method of how you do it. But for now, it's going to be Prof going into the Vulcan Raven fight. Thankfully, he just starts in the same place on VE, which is just one space above and to the left. You just aim the Stinger at him repeatedly and then swap to the SOCOM for the last headshot. Okay, nicely done. Plywood doing the same. Oh, it was a little bit too close to him.
A little too close.
Yeah, and I think he he's gonna have to re-equip his Soulcom because I think he got knocked over. Yeah, see, when he goes to swap, it's not gonna have it.
Ooh.
So that's gonna lose Plywood some time.
That is not a moment where you want to be losing extra time. He's going to be kicking himself for that. Raven there is not a particularly difficult fight. Just a little bit of movement there was all that caused that for Plywood.
So for the Rex's Lair, you're gonna see them have their grenades equipped along with Solcom, and that's gonna be the 2 items you're gonna want here. And then interestingly enough, in Twin Snakes, you can actually call Otacon as soon as you load in the room. But I mean, you have to wait until you're actually in Rex's Lair. I mean, not this whole way leading up to it. You can get like the 3 mandatory codex as you progress. Normally, but if you just call Otacon right away and just call him 3 times, you can get that out of the way. I believe Tyler was the one that told me about this, but and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was Blue that may have discovered it, but I think it saves you like over, maybe it's like around a second over what would be just like idle time for getting like the Force Codec and having to wait. Oh yeah, that guard, yeah, I'm sure he's fine. You know, maybe he landed somewhere safe. And then we're gonna see it happen again on Plywood's screen. Ah!
The calling Otacon trick is actually doable in the original as well. It just doesn't save you any time.
Yeah, I figured so. I mean, I was kind of disappointed when I went to try it. I was like, no. But all right now. Let's see, scary rope fall. So you go into hanging mode, you drop down, you grab the rope, and
Oh, I hate it when it does that.
yeah, see, the thing about this rope is it has a really picky, let's say, you know, like hitbox of when it's safe to grab it. When I was taught how to do this from Tyler, it's, you know, grab it late. As scary as that sounds, it actually is the best way to get it, because if you press your action button at the wrong time, which Blue Metal refers to as kill frames, you will just basically die no matter what. Plywood, okay, so
yeah, he struggled with the. I'm not sure what it is. Plywood usually chooses to shoot the rat rather than use the grenade. The grenade throw is really well optimized because the rat's always in the same place. It's very easy to have 1 grenade left over at the by this point in the run. So it's pretty simple to use the grenade and throw it at the rat, but for whatever reason, Plywood prefers to shoot it. But he struggled a little bit there. But the main thing is that both runners are past the rope of death. I know in the league, Plywood in particular had real problems with that rope. It cost him a lot of time throughout the league, and I think eventually it is actually what caused him to get knocked out.
I think he was trying to do like a safer method of the rope fall, but he said that he forgot where it was he was supposed to land. It wasn't like actually trying to do like the fast rope fall and then miss it. But I think on the other hand, when it comes to grenading the rat, there's a really risky optimal method where you just throw it and then roll to get yourself closer to the PAL key. I know for some, like, if you mistime that roll, it'll actually scare the rat and the grenade doesn't actually destroy it. Spawning the key, you can actually miss the grenade. So, yeah, I can understand if you're apprehensive about wanting to, you know, just do, like, somewhat of a blind toss of a grenade, even though, yeah, you could just throw it at the base of the stairs and it should reach that corner.
Wall guy in chat is advising that shooting the rat is faster. Obviously, if you shoot the rat on the first attempt. Also notable, Plywood got a really nice third-person shot on the cold pipe there, which saves a fraction of a second, but more than anything else, it just looks really cool.
Yeah, and just the fact that, again, since we're on Twin Snakes, the devs added this ledge here, which you just have to make your way around the upper level of the hangar and then just drop down one. And there's a hot and a cold pipe, so no more backtracking, no waiting, 60 to 61 seconds. You just shoot the pipe and boom, just like that. key has changed. Saves a lot of aggravation, backtracking, but unfortunately it does not skip the codex you would normally get. So the game is just like, okay, you can get this faster pellet key, but still gotta listen to these codecs, and it's like, okay, fine. It's just a small price to pay, I guess. But I suppose now both are on their soon-to-be last key card, the red key. So right now, I mean, it's profs to lose. I mean, with where they're at right now. I mean, but I'll be on the edge of my seat on this one because we got Rex, which may or may not have impact, but Liquid could definitely, depending on how these guys approach it.
At this point in the run, it is all going to come down to Liquid. There's unless either of them make a massive mistake with Rex should be pretty consistent. Liquid, on the other hand, there's a little bit of luck involved. There's a lot of skill involved, and yeah, this really is what this run's going to come down to, because there's not much time difference in the escape either. So hold on to your butts, folks. It's going to get real interesting now.
Just answering a question. Since we're on the Dolphin emulator, we can fast forward the credits. It doesn't affect the IGT in any way, thankfully. Unfortunately, we can't just skip it entirely. MGS1 PC can do that if I'm not mistaken. Just like at the keystroke. Oh, right. See, I do kind of know what I'm talking about at times. All right, so Rex.
The IGT timer stops just before the credits start, so they will be allowed to speed up the emulation.
All right, so it's I think it's 5 and 5 for the radar dish.
Prof missed one shot, so a chance for Plywood to gain a little bit of ground.
Oh, so really nice with that early shot, but he fired the second one just a tad early. But yeah, so with phase 1, if you stand in the right spot, you can just stay put, just trade shots with the radome right there. Don't have to worry about evading the missiles, and the mini gunfire is manageable. It's not going to be too threatening for damage taken. And yeah, this is another cutscene that we can't skip, but on MGS1 PC, there's an alternate view you can do, just due to the nature of the game being hilariously broken. Rex 2, same thing, stay put, trade shots at Rex's head now that it's open. And Prof missing another shot. Can he get the last one?
Good.
Okay, got it.
No major issues. Missed 2 shots throughout the whole fight, but nothing major.
Okay, Plywood going through his phase 2. So for Liquid, there's a few different ways you can handle this. There's the initial like fast damage roll you could do off to the left, which is referred to the jam chunk. It's a very consistent roll you can do to get early damage. And then there's the harder roll, which is either a follow-up or if you just go for it right off the bat, is what we call the lottery roll, which you basically get Liquid into the right side corner that Prof just tried to do. And if your roll is just right, when you time it, you can actually get a large chunk of Liquid's HP and stamina down at once. On VE, and again, I'm not sure as far as like how dependent it is on the lottery roll. I know it's more dependent on higher difficulties than VE per se. But if you do get it, not only is it very satisfying, but it does save you a lot. Oh, Prof's having a little bit of trouble. Trying to get Liquid down. Plywood's doing a little bit of nicer job with keeping him contained. You don't want Liquid to fall off the edge, at least more than once, depending on if you're going for the jam chunk or not. But, oh man, dude, look how close this is.
So close.
Oh my god.
Plywood takes the lead.
Oh my god, dude. This is neck and neck right now. It was all in this fight. You were right. It was all in this fight, dude. Man, we got a race again.
Oh, incredible. So, Prof just struggled to get Liquid into a position that he really liked. Plywood realized quickly that he had Liquid in a really good position, so he wasn't going to do anything too crazy or too over the top. He was just going to keep him in his place and just go for the whole combo, and it's absolutely paid off for him. This is incredible. These guys, you can see the timer on screen with the time left on the bomb going off. They are 2 seconds apart. This is
Oh man, dude, this is. Yeah, this is down to just who can do the escape cleaner. Oh my god.
This is so. Oh. The only other thing I'm thinking is we talked earlier about the IGT still ticking along at the same speed as the game. Plywood got some lag from Tower B. So that actually gives Plywood a slight time advantage as well.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna come down to the wire basically. I don't even know. I mean it's just that close. I mean, God forbid if we have another tie. Because in the Twin Snakes League, we did have ties, or rather just one that I remember.
Identical checkpoint twos. Yes, the very first run of the entire league, Vermillion versus House.
Yep.
I was commentating it. I forget who I was commentating with. Yeah, it was incredible. House had a lot of lag and slowdown, so he finished much later than Vermillion did. But because of all of that lag and slowdowns, they had identical IGTs. So went to went to a best of 3.
And Lightning assured us that only House gets the ties, so no need to worry. It's like, okay, yep, I'll put my chips on that one.
This is nuts. Look at them.
Oh my god. They're so close. Oh, Prof got shot there. Oh god, this is gonna be so close. I think Plywood's like one hit ahead of him right now.
Let's see them transition. No, I think Prof's just like a split second. Oh my god!
Oh my god, dude!
A split second ahead.
I don't even know. I don't even know. This is coming down to IGT, ladies and gentlemen. I can't believe what I just witnessed. Man, I am just in utter disbelief how close this got.
They ended the codex on the same frame. I don't believe.
Oh my god, dude. I mean, we're just both speechless on how close this is, but oh yeah, you may want to mute the game audio
I've muted the audio. Oh
yeah,
my
because
god.
when you fast forward it, it sounds all funky. Trust me, you don't want to listen to it. Dear lord,
this is way too close. Previous run that we just had, MGS2 was pretty safe that Mockingjay had taken the win. This, I just don't know. As I say, Plywood had a little bit of lag. I actually can't recall from the very start who started first.
Well, I mean, even with the reaction for RTA timing, I'm willing to bet that maybe some of that IGT lag in the tower could possibly help, but I don't know. I mean, I've seen this kind of a race play out this way before, and God, was I wrong at what I thought the outcome was gonna be. You know, it was like, oh yeah, they won, no problem. It's like, what, a tie?
Oh, thanks, Prof.
Oh man, how lovely. Nice little meme shout out to the both of us. But there's one other person, Nick, that I think that really deserves a shout out, which I don't think gets said enough at times. I mean, you're welcome to follow us if you like, but you know, if you really want to be a bud, follow at Apache Smash on Twitter. The guy is absolutely awesome.
All right, so Plywood's emulators has handled the speed up a lot better, so we're going to see his IGT first, and then followed by Profrox. This is, I'm so nervous for them.
I'm bracing myself right here. You may not be able to see it, but I'm bracing myself in excitement.
This is
Okay.
54-25 from Plywood. 54-25.
All right,
Oh,
so
this is
Prophet's
this
got to
is-
beat this, and God forbid if we get another tie.
This is gonna be so close. If it is a tie, we go to a liquid best of 3.
Man, I'm already seeing flashbacks back to the Twin Snakes League, dude.
Oh, what's it gonna
Plywood
be?
doing the trademarked TTS emote.
What is it gonna be?
All right, let's see. What is it gonna be? God, I'm sweating. I'm not even
Oh
racing
my
in
god,
this.
I am shaking.
Okay, here it
Is
is.
it?
Moment of truth.
54-20.
What? What?
Proof takes
What?
it!
54-20?
54-20.
Wow, dude, that is insane.
Oh, good god.
Insane. Man,
Oh,
that is something else. I didn't think it was going to be off by that kind of a margin, but damn, that is a hell of a race to watch. And I think we're probably going to get
entertained.
Well, welcome to you both. My god, you put on a performance.
I was playing out of my fucking mind. That was definitely a PB in my first 54.
Yeah, I was actually about to ask if it was, but yeah, congratulations, dude, on
What
not
a
only winning
time
the
to do
race,
it.
but for PBing. I mean, I always say sometimes the race just brings out the best in you, and PBs are born.
Yo, GG proof. Nice PB.
GG, man. Thank you.
You bet.
No, I saw once my liquid was going bad, I was like, I know Ply is a lot more consistent at liquid. I know he's gonna catch up here, and I look over. Sure enough.
Kind of, sort of, yeah.
The liquid turnarounds, like you went Prof, you went into that with a good 5 to 10 second lead. But Plywood, your liquid was so just controlled. And you came out of liquid just slightly ahead of Prof, and but it just wasn't quite enough. And yeah, like the final codec call between with Campbell, you exited it on the same frame. that was insane.
You can't say I don't keep my Twin Snakes races interesting.
I was mashing for my life after I saw those codecs in at the same time.
Yeah. It's like, well, if this is happening, then I'm probably losing. That's my guess. Photo finish is never good for me. It was a fun race. I'm glad we kept it close, and I'm glad you got a PB. So I hope people enjoyed watching the Twin Snakes race.
Yeah, well, I most certainly did, and I'm sure Nick feels the same way.
There are a lot of people in chat who are very happy with their with their channel points right now.
Oh fuck! I bet on myself. Yes.
I was actually thinking about betting on you, but then if I failed, people would claim that I was throwing the race intentionally. So
yeah,
I can't let the channel points get in people's heads.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. Well, fantastic job by both runners there. Just an absolutely amazing race. Big thank you to Plywood and Prof for that. Big thank you to Joseph Joestar for commentating alongside me. It's been a pleasure as always.
Anytime, man. Thanks all for having me again.
That is another point for Team Grenade Guy. Team Fatman have some catching up to do. Up next, we have got Metal Gear Solid 1 Easy Any Percent. And that is going to be between vermillionnoel and cariggs. So please, guys, if you want more intense races like you've just seen, don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this intermission.
Okay, welcome back everyone to race 3 of the end of year 2021 relay race. I'm Plywood and we are going to be watching a MGS1 PC easy any percent race between carigss, not carigss, carigss, and vermillionnoel. So this category has changed quite a bit in the past year. So I'm really excited to see how this race turns out. Both players are rather experienced at this game. So it should be a pretty exciting race. Just confirming with both runners that they're ready, and they both are. Fantastic. So we're going to do a countdown and hop to it.
Let's go. Good evening.
Whoa, who's that?
Hostile takeover.
Oh, I got a hostile takeover from House Test.
Good evening. I thought I don't let you alone on this one, so I just quickly hopped into that voice channel. So yeah, we're gonna see Metal Gear Solid Integral on PC, any percent. vermillionnoel versus carigss. Hype for that. And
well,
as per usual, of
you're
course,
here, so you can take it away. I'm just gonna sit in the back.
Yeah, I figure out. I quickly hop in and help you out. So, what are all these people doing here? In case you've never seen a Metal Gear Solid speedrun, in the beginning, we are just quickly in the docks, and we're basically locked from the elevator until the credits are over. But at the same time, this also helps us because we can use that time and get alerts. So what you will see these people do is constantly get new alerts. They wait until it's completely cooled down and then start another one. So the counter in the background goes up one by one. And ideally we want to have like 6 once we leave that time here. It's roughly 2 minutes and something. And then way later, this will help us out a lot. Both of these runners, vermillionnoel and carigss, are well known for MGS speedrunning. vermillionnoel was participating back then, earlier this year, in the All Bosses Easy tournament. He beat me a lot in these races. And carigss also a little more closer to, I think, August, September, he started running this game. Got a lot of any percent world records, the ones that were not that tight, but he definitely put in the work to get them. And I can only respect that. So for tonight, I have no clear prediction who can win, but that makes it ever so more exciting.
Yeah, I would say it leans towards carigss over vermillion. Not to say vermillion is not up to the challenge. It's nothing like that. But carigss has been sharpening the steel over the past few months. Vermillion does a lot of different things, like doing MGS3, Euro Extreme, and Smash, and he's a talented player for sure, but carigss has been very focused. So I would definitely give carigss the edge, but the thing about this category is there's a lot that can go wrong, especially these days. The categories become more random and a bit more execution based in certain ways. So right off the bat, we have a very different route from if you watched this run even a year ago. You're going into this side room to pick up stun grenades. And that is so we can do a little trick in the torture chamber and other places that allows us to avoid cutscene triggers or being stuck in cutscene triggers. And that'll be super valuable throughout the game, but not the only valuable thing in this run. There's a lot going on.
Absolutely. Especially here on the PC version, there's a few things that if you play this only on PlayStation, you will notice like, that's different. So, for example, the people are not using any menuing for the weapons. All the weapons can be instantly switched, because on PC, we can use the keyboard and the number keys in the top row to switch to weapons. Saves a lot of time and also opens up a few other things that come along with this feature. which are maybe not intended, by the way.
I think it was a secret implementation from the developers, personally, and they thought in about 16 or 17 years, people will appreciate this version of the game.
Yeah, that's maybe.
That's my hard guess, though. Just purely a guess. We would have to reach out to these developers to see. I really am curious, by the way, what they think about this version at this point if they watch a run of this. So right off the bat, we are skipping a huge chunk of the game with the event glitch. You just have to look up in first person view halfway into a place that you can crawl under, like event, let go of both up and the FPV button, then press X to stand on the vent, and allows you to go out of bounds and straight to the torture chamber. The biggest skip in this game by far, and it is version agnostic, meaning you can do this not just on PC, but the console versions as well.
Absolutely. At least on PC, it takes around 20 minutes, a bunch of boss fights, which you don't need to do now. And even if we go through these rooms where we would have these boss fights, they'll go a bit different this time. What both these runs will now do is that Johnny has been out. We're going to hide under the bed. Johnny, poor guy, has a little bit of a cold, and he would fall asleep if we don't scare him a little bit. So we just hop under the bed quickly, hide ourselves, and then Johnny will notice us being missing. But we're just joking. We're coming out of the bed, giving a little scare, and he will not fall asleep and continue patrolling. And after that, you will also see that the runners will lean against the wall or do something else in order to make noise. Because not only do we not want Johnny to fall asleep, we also don't want him to sneeze. So there's a little bit of time when he instead is yelling at us. And there we go. He's walking around. And now here he comes. So shut up in there, will ya?
Nice Johnny impersonation.
Especially since we've seen the Twin Snakes just prior, we know already how that different version sounds. And I personally think I will always take the original one here that they used. The re-recording is cool. Better sound quality maybe, but I think from the acting here, I definitely feel like I'm in prison.
What, you don't like polite prison guards?
I mean, I just literally walk out on him.
So
at least here we'll have to do some working. Oh, there we go. Vermillion with the nice frame perfect giving up.
Yeah, that one frame will make all the difference in the end, I assure you, if the last race was any indication.
Oh, yeah. And this is any percent.
Yeah, things are extremely tight on any percent. We cut out so much of the run, so much of the game. We avoid so many issues that every little movement problem ends up ballooning into larger problems. Seconds are so important in this run. In all bosses, it's not that seconds aren't important. You fight all the bosses. It's just that when you have such a short run, by comparison, everything counts all the much more.
Absolutely. Especially because we cut out all these bosses that would make a big difference in the all bosses category. It really comes down to how clean are you in your movement. There's two tricks coming up later, or well, aspects of the run I would say, but we get there when we get there. First thing now is that Johnny will leave the cell now after his round that he did once again. This time we didn't need to make noise, doesn't really speed up the fact that he will run out now. And then Autocount will come in to give us our card and they catch up.
And then the fun really starts because we're going to have a introduction to a glitch exploit thing you can do in this game, which is you swap between weapons and you can keep Snake moving forward. Called the volcanic shuffle, the swim. You swap weapons and you can have infinite momentum. That's why it's called the swim. It allows you to keep on moving even when you shouldn't on the PC version. You can do this on console, but you have to swap the weapons in the inventory over and over again. It doesn't allow you to keep on moving through a cutscene, but weapon hotkeys on the keyboard allow us to keep on doing anything we want at any time, basically. So what we're going to hopefully see on both ends, this is a really precise one, is you pick up your gear and then you just move on out. It's not going to look like they're sliding or anything. It'll look like normal movement, but that's just holding the 8 key for stuns and then tapping the 9 key for chaff. And hopefully what will happen is that Snake will carry his momentum forward and get out the door and skip having to put on his clothes. But the angle is really tight, really tight.
Yeah, there's like 2 different versions that we can do. carigss going for the more safer route, on the left side. You can also do the right side, which I prefer. Vermillion going the same way. And Vermillion did not get the line. There we go. There we can see it. It was just a little bit too early going into that diagonal and missed that timing, because we have a little bit of time before we will be forced to move behind the box. And that time, it can be enough to walk out of the room before the game can force us to grab that box. Unlike in TTS, we can actually continue the round after this, because the game thinks just like, okay, he's leaving the room, here's your stuff, we don't need that. TTS, we need to walk back. But yeah, that's the first big difference already. It's quite a difference of 10 seconds roughly.
Ooh, carigss getting caught as he was trying to exit the elevator. Now having to wait out the evasion and exit and re-enter. So that is a swing once again into... we went from Vermillion being down to carigss being down. But we are not done yet. Once we get to Tower A, we're going to really see if there's the fates, whether the fates are in Grenade Guy or Fatman's favor.
Absolutely, we'll walk in there with big steps. Warning though, if you feel nauseous from being out of bounds, the next few rooms can be a little bit hectic for you. But first, we're walking all the way here through this canyon in a straight line up here on these treads, and then walking towards grabbing these grenades. We need those grenades for later when we fight Raven. That's one of the few bosses we still fight in 80%. And then we move on through the new building.
Yeah, fun thing, you might be noticing them twitch around with Snake. And that is to get really clean lines, because you don't want to hold diagonals. You want to have very fluid lines. And we're seeing the benefits of the stun grenades right here for both players. Getting these stun grenades not only allows us to do the shuffle, it also allows us to do some strategies we normally would not be able to do in the nuke building and in the armory. Sadly, it didn't work out so well for carigss, but it's very beneficial, and the fact that they lost health isn't too big of a deal. They can manage. They get all their health back.
Exactly. Because this is any percent, the script will have us go through the rank up animation, because the game thinks, okay, we're done with the fight, but we haven't ranked up yet, so that's why we still see here this rank up. But basically, in how the game would logically be progressing from this point onward, after we escape from the cell, we'd already have fought Mantis here. And that's why also the bookshelf has not been moved yet. It's a little thing. We can walk past it, but visually it's still there. And there we go. Here's a few out-of-bounds sections that I talked about. So with weapon keys and hotkeys, there's a few other things as well. There's the so-called God mode exploit. Very quickly explained. If you equip the PSG-1 weapon, you crouch down, go prone. But you can interrupt that animation. During this animation, we get basically invincibility. It's a little thing that the desk gave us to be more safe against those wolf fights. But if we interrupt that animation, we can keep that aspect and can move on. That also allows us to move a hitbox away and go out of bounds.
And now we're going to see the legendary Boba skip, hopefully, which allows us to skip the half of the tower climb and the rappel sequence. The setup involves getting right next to the door, the frozen door, looking at a certain spot on the wall, and then cooking a chaff or stun grenade, and hopefully we get the good animation RNG that allows us to get knocked through the door. So Vermillion is making his attempt. You can also do it with the guards, but it's a little bit more awkward. carigss got it first try.
Oh my god, okay.
And then Vermillion didn't skip a beat. Dang. right on cariggs' toes. They're pretty much even at this point. So that God mode exploit is going to allow us to completely skip Tower B. The towers no longer exist on PC any percent. They simply do not exist anymore, which is pretty wild. You're gonna see the shuffle, the swim here as well. You can do that to avoid the wolf fight. It is super fast. You just, make yourself invincible, and then you just carry your momentum forward. And she just says, "I quit. I quit."
It's not worth it. I'm going.
Then we're going to completely skip the furnace by breaking the walls, thanks once again to the God mode exploit. There's two versions of the God mode exploit. One that just gives you invincibility from most forms of damage, and then another that gives you that plus the ability to break triggers. So that's what they're using right there. And now we are going to punch, kick all these guards or throw them in the case of cariggs. It's a bit faster to throw them, but Vermillion opting just to knock them all off. And these players are pretty close. I mean, it's
tight,
really
yeah.
anyone's game.
Okay, now we have a little bit of a cool down before the next section happens. So basically, the last 3 minutes, we skipped what feels like 20 minutes of game. It's insane.
You skip so much of the game now on any percent. It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Like, when you were explaining God mode exploit, I'm like, all right, you better hurry it up, House. We don't have much time for this. Like, there's about to be
Quick
like
version.
7 things that happen.
It's so fast. Yeah, we could also see cariggs actually did get with the damage from the grenades through. Vermillion actually got lucky because he got damage from the guards. And both skip basically super easy. So you lean against the door and hope you get a big swing of a hit damage. There's two kinds of animations. And the second one that we want puts us just through the door and has us trigger the door from the outside, basically. It's a weird thing that this even exists, but hey, I'm not complaining. I can skip now finally the rappel sequence.
Yeah, it's
And the guards also on the walkway. They're also gone.
Cuts out a pretty sluggish part of the run. I mean, it's kind of sad that now there's no strat to repel, but now we are way faster. So, plus. Yeah. Okay, Raven, first boss fight, quote unquote, in the game. AKA time your grenades well and watch this guy miss every bullet that he has. A really good boss fight.
You have to be careful here. The timing is important. You don't want to throw the grenade too early, or else the grenade will pop before his iframes are gone. Almost runs to that just because I wanted to be more precise and saving time and ended up losing an entire run. So yeah, take a little bit more time than necessary and you're good to go. And now we're moving on with big steps through Warehouse North and then begin the PAL sequence.
So cariggs is,
yeah,
a few seconds ahead of Vermillion, but what we're coming up to is a very key moment of the run, which is the PAL sequence, picking up the PAL. All that alert farming that they were doing in the docks is so that the PAL card can appear in the ditch. You need to get enough alerts. By the point you climb the ladder down after the PAL is shot out of your hands, and that'll determine whether the rat or the ditch has the card. If you're not doing a stealthy rank 1 run, you 100% want that ditch. Okay, folks? You want the ditch. But I believe both players farmed enough, so that shouldn't be a concern.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes it can happen that people, we have tools that allow us to see how many alerts we have. And it can happen people go here and have just one alert to view, and that's a mess up. Well, I trust in both of these people. They did enough runs. They know what they're doing.
They did the math.
So yeah, if you want to participate in chat, just write what you think these rounds will get. There's 7 different positions, going from 6 down to 1, and then 7, that's the worst. It can turn the tide around again. After that, it gets tricky. They're very close right now.
Yeah, we're looking at a nail biter, especially if they get super similar pals, which isn't that unlikely. You know, chances are you get pretty similar pals in terms of the probability, but
Yeah.
and that's what I really want. You know, I want this to come down to Liquid and Escape. That would be pretty
That
raw.
would be sweet. Yeah.
That would be raw.
There's 4
as heck.
positions that are very close to each other underneath the bridge, and then the rest of the few that we have, they're a bit far away. I think carigss was a little bit too high there. He could have missed that guard spot.
You got the
He has a bomb. Froze it too early. That's not how you do that.
That's not how you want to do that. It's pretty risky. So Vermillion got the superior PAL spawn, plus carigss got that bomb. It worked okay that he threw the bomb there, because it ended up being that the PAL was in spot 1, thankfully. But you don't want to do that. You want to throw the bomb after you have approached spot 1, which is that one that's right by the stairs on the left side of the ditch, because you don't want to run into the bomb or anything like that. It's not a good idea.
No. Ideally, you combine these menus as well. Throw the bomb and then go back to the PAL key just to have a cleaner menuing as well. So there's a little bit of time if you don't need to open it up again. There we go. It's flipped again. carigss now is a little bit behind. It could all come down to the end game, which we approach slow, because we have still keys to cool down and heat up later.
Yeah,
something we didn't do in TTS.
This run is like hurry up and slow down. That's pretty much the name of the game. The flow is kind of strange, but also satisfying.
Yeah. You have the first 8 minutes of the run, and then you're finally out of the cell. You're okay, let's go. Here's the run. Then you have like 5 minutes, maybe 10 if you want to say. And then there's like hectic. Do we get Bulbous Skip first try? Do we get the armory clean? It's all good. And then after Raven, you come back again to complete. Still standing and just like, okay, I gotta walk all the way back then. Gotta cool down the key, bring it up, and heat it up in the blast furnace, which is even further away. Yeah, any percent is quite a category.
So,
and of course, please.
Oh, I was gonna say, I'm gonna see what the difference between these runners are, so we have an idea for chat. Looks like it's about a 7-second gap, which is nothing. That is
that's still close.
Yeah, that's failed Liquid, or sloppy Rex plus sloppy Escape. So this is very much going to come down to that end game, barring any weirdness that happens in the next 10 minutes or so.
Yeah. And especially in Escape, it can be that you get shot unluckily, or you just missed one of those chances to damage Liquid early, and you can end up losing 3-4 seconds easily. Plus, we don't know over the movement time as well. carigss could be a little bit more tight, or Vermillion could extend his lead, who knows? So it's still very open. It's not called yet.
No, not at all. Not at all. And I guess that's been the running theme of the races today.
Very much so.
Speaking of races today, we have 2 more races coming up after this MGS1 PC race. We have UnMetal, MetalGlennSolid, with a lot of metal going on here. UnMetal, MetalGlennSolid versus NickRPGreen.
MetalRPGreen, yes.
NickRP Metal.
Oh yeah, there we go.
RP Metal, right there. They're doing easy any percent UnMetal, which is a really exciting run. I definitely recommend people watch that if you're curious. We're going to have one of the developers on comms for that race, so do check that out. And then topping off the 5 races we have today is Metal Gear Solid 2 once again, but on normal difficulty, D-Limes 13 versus Tyler 2022. And normal has been seeing a lot of action recently, some strategy developments, very exciting. One of my
world
favorite
records have been changing around.
Yeah, it's been a pretty cool time for MGS2 normal, which is one of my personal favorite categories. I also really like watching Euro Extreme, but normal hits that sweet spot. So I definitely recommend people watch that as well. Gonna be a cool finish.
Absolutely. Especially UnMetal is cool because we finally have the chance to talk to people that work on that game. And it's a fan game very much in the vein of the original MSX style games, Metal Gear, Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake. And it's an absolute pleasure. If you see that and think this game is interesting, you don't even need to speedrun it. You can just play it. It is so funny. The writing is just excellent. Can really recommend that. But we get there after this one. And there we go.
Yep.
Both runners will now make their way all the way back to the blast furnace, which will last, I think, about 6 minutes, 6.5. It's quite a stretch now all the way back. But then immediately goes back into action again. 2 boss fights back to back. Barely any time. Thankfully on PC we can skip all of these codecs, all of these cutscenes, so there's just action after action.
So you've been running this game almost for a year. How do you feel like, and you got to see how the route was before and after, like Boba Skip and Shuffle and all that. How do you feel about how this game is developed? I'm curious because you're newer than me.
It's quite crazy. I started this year in January with Deus Ex Human Revolution, and then after a month I switched over to Metal Gear Solid on PC, easily any percent. And at that time I was thinking, oh yeah, 38-minute time, that's really good. I think the world record was 37 and a little bit, and it felt really cool to just be under an hour already. And it was very much straightforward, not many tricks. And looking back now, for example, when you see people picking up that box still, I'm like, what? That's not what we do anymore. And it's so many aspects of this speedrun and game that have been a little bit more complex, but they're building on top of each other. So I wouldn't say it's like less fun or anything. It's just getting more tighter, and I think more glitchy in the end. And to be fair, we actually have also started in our category extension sport the glitchless category. So you think, oh, that nonsense, that's not for me. Maybe you can still do that glitchless fun. It is a thing now. You can still keep cutscenes and codecs, that's fair. So the wait time is not that high. It's just now coming down to playing the game really well. Who knows?
Yeah, it's nice to have the rappel sequence live on in some form or another, because that sequence has seen quite a lot of development, and then it just sort of like,
got dropped.
Forget about that. So, very interesting. Vermillion's just sitting at the elevator. Cariggs is doing a new strategy that B-Man came up with, which is riding the elevator. This is really clever. You ride the elevator back up, and then you drop so you can access this ammo. It's not that important on easy, but on the higher difficulties, you can just get this stuff for free and never have to enter the pipe room, which actually does slow you down. That blacked out sequence does slow down the PAL card timer slightly, so it's a very nice find from B-Man. Something that was just kind of sitting under our noses the whole time. It's like, well, why don't we just ride the elevator? We have time. And just set up that OOB again. So that's a small thing that was found this year, and those small things can get easily overshadowed by, wow, we skipped Tower A. But those things also matter a lot in the context of the NA% category because of how tight it is.
Yeah, just thinking from the time when I started to today, we have changed, for example, the fight on this elevator, which we saw earlier. There's different versions of that. On PC, especially with all bosses, we can just utilize our weapons now here as well to save like 5 seconds more. It's crazy. There's a lot of stuff that we did. And I think we can also attribute that to our tournaments and just very competitive nature. Where we're just like, hey, we want to see what we can do next. Save a little bit of time left and right. And so many people have their eyes on the game. I can really say that the board changed a lot. It's cool. Absolutely cool. And if you guys want to learn how to run this game or any other, here's the plug. You can learn how to run Metal Gear Solid or Metal Gear Solid 2 or any other game, even UnMetal that we see later, on our MetalGearSpeedrunners.com wiki, which is free. Everyone can join it. Maybe also join our Discord. It's a fun time where we hang out. We do shows like this here. So, yeah, just come on by, take a look. Even if you're not a fan yet, or if you don't know if it's something for you, we're always happy to help you out. There's lots of people here willing to teach, and it's overall a good time. Definitely don't regret starting speedrunning this game in this community this year. Was a good year.
Yeah, it's been a very wild year for MGS1 in particular.
Especially how next year starts. Just a little teaser.
Oh, I don't know what I don't know what's next for this game. The PC version has got flipped on its head in a few ways, and then literally every category got improvable on the board. So exciting to see. But we are finally nearly done with our chore. Vermillion's still in the lead. Oh, carigss had a little bit of a menu snafu. That you might think I'm just like being picky. No, you're behind, and there's only so much game left. You know.
Yeah. Here, every second counts now. If you're just pulling your mind a little bit, it will show in the end. So let's see how it goes. I know both of these runners definitely know how to handle a liquid in an infinite loop manner, which we're gonna see later, hopefully, from both perfect executed. And then there's only the escape, so yeah, not much left here.
Hey, don't forget Rex. Sometimes people mess up that timing. You know.
That's true, yeah. You can underestimate how quickly you can shoot too early just a little bit, and then the iframes spread it open.
carigss using a stun grenade to knock out the guard, so he doesn't have to silence the footsteps with the rapidly. Well, you don't want to be rapid. You want to do it at a pretty steady rate. If you do it really fast, unequipping, re-equipping your weapon to skate, it's slower. But using the stun grenade, it saves a few frames. Not having to do the
weapon switching,
silencing the footsteps. So nicely done.
It is key though for him.
Yeah, those little details sometimes make a huge difference. So
indeed,
Rex 1 is super easy.
2 double steps forward, really. God mode active, and just shoot that radar. And there we go, carigss missed one.
Yeah, little jumpy.
Falling behind.
You know, losing another second. You have to wait for that stinger to land. So, not ideal. But it doesn't mean Vermillion can just rest on the laurels here.
Oh no. If he just loses liquid once and he walks away, that can be enough time for carigss to get up on him again. Also, we don't know what setup they'll use. You know, there's different versions of that fight, which can save you up to 4 seconds, depending if you do 2 throws, or 1 throw, or 0 throw.
Vermillion firing a little bit early on that second shot. So they're kind of even on that front. Missing shots. I think they're both getting a little, you know.
Oh, God. carigss is being flustered here. Yep. Missing another shot. Come on, carigss, you got this. There we go.
Okay, so that was less than ideal, but it's okay.
You can see the time difference right now here. Roughly 7 seconds still.
So the goal here is to get liquid in a certain position. There's different positions you can put him in to do an infinite combo. Ideally, you do a 2-punch infinite, but you can also do a 1-punch infinite. It's just a bit slower. So we'll see what each runner does to do this setup. Looks like Vermillion's going for a very standard, tried and true 2-throw method. Gets the setup, very nice. carigss going for a 0-throw setup, and looks like he got it down. The tricky thing about that setup is that you have to slow your punches down to single punch and then bring it back to double punch so that you don't get away from liquid. Those were both excellent.
GG's, that was great.
That was excellent.
Yeah, and carigss got some time back, actually. It's only like 5 seconds apart. Let's hope how the escape goes. This could be absolutely tight in the end. We are going to the score screen. We can skip the credits here, thankfully, so we know exactly what the difference will be. But folks, this is still not over yet.
We're talking about checkpoint 1, checkpoint 2, and then liquid. And we already saw some shakiness. So that shakiness plus bad luck on the checkpoints could make the difference.
Absolutely. So first we're gonna line ourselves here with the car end to shoot the barrel directly and switch over to the left side. And then after we shoot both of these barrels, we turn a little bit to the wall to be pre-aligned for the second checkpoint, where we will shoot the guards usually left, right, and then middle order. Because the middle one is the furthest away, you can barely hit us at all. Vermillion forgot one shot there. No, sorry, didn't see that correctly. Oh, Eric's being shot again.
That's really
gonna cost him a
unfortunate.
second.
And getting knocked away from the guard. Sometimes when you get shot, you get knocked towards the next guard, which is nice, but sometimes you get knocked away, and that's bad. So now we're looking at liquid, trying to get those nice, clean swerve shots. You just want to pull your gun in with the bullets to hit liquid. There is a hidden health bar here, so to speak, and hopefully get these transition shots. Vermillion got them both.
I think carigss got him as well.
And carigss got him as well. So, in carigss situation, you're hoping for Vermillion to either miss a swerve shot here or miss the next two transitions. Oh, that's not good. He shot too early, so he only got one transition. I don't think it's going to be enough, though.
Get shot back again. Don't call it over yet. It's not over yet.
It's not over yet, but he needs to make another mistake, I think.
It's getting down there. Let's see.
This is very
this
tight.
Could be super tight. This is a photo finish, I think. Eric's ending first.
Man.
I called it. Let's go.
All right. This is going to be a very tight timer call for me.
Once again, there's roughly 10 seconds of cutscenes and the credits that we skip here in the end, and then we go directly to score screen. So we know the result in 3, 2, 1. Oh, 2 seconds difference.
What?
Wow.
It was that start, the starting times.
Yeah, star difference.
Wow. So
once again, even closer this time.
Really close.
GG's.
Race.
GG's. Even closer this time.
I just saw the timer
that was
now.
amazing.
Man.
GG's. Folks, that
very
was
tight race. Well done to Vermillion carigss on an exciting race. Well done. This has just been just a heart-wrenching day. Exciting race. Just like tight
end of the year.
Wrenching
day. Yep.
Yeah, end of
Everyone's
the year.
giving their best.
Just like bringing it in hot. So
yeah, everyone's giving their best.
Vermillion, how do you feel about your glorious 2-second win?
Oh my god. Okay, honestly, I thought it was like I was screwed after Boba. I was like, god damn it, I messed up Boba. And then I like messed up I like got destroyed there. And then I was like, okay. And then I looked at later on, I was like, oh wow, what happened here? Like it's really close now. And then so something that happened was the second checkpoint, I thought I killed the guard, but I didn't. I was like, oh no. And then I lost like 5 seconds there. I was, there's no way. The race is over.
Yeah, it was insane. After you got out of the cell, we're thinking, okay, there we go. carigss getting that dress-up skip, and we're not, so already moving ahead. And then immediately the next group in the armory flipped around. carigss missed it and had to go down to Ocelot to come back.
Oh, really? Is that happening?
You were in the lead, yeah.
Oh, I know that actually. That sucks, dude. Oh, that sucks, bro.
I normally only hit that elevator button once, too. For whatever reason. I went for the 2 and he got up too quickly.
I see.
Yeah. GG's though. It
was
fun.
GG's.
That was an exciting race to watch and commentate. So congratulations to Vermillion for the win. I hope people enjoyed this race of MGS1 PC. We are now going to turn it over to UnMetal coming up next. So stick around, folks, for the continuation of the end of year 2021 relay race from MGSR. All right, welcome back everyone to game 4 of the end of year relay race for 2021. We are going to be seeing UnMetal, PC Easy Any Percent, MetalGlennSolid versus NickRPGreen with Jack Lafear and Sergeant Silent on commentary. Take it away.
Hello, hello. Pleasure to be
friends.
back. How are you doing, Jack? I'm doing well.
I'm doing wonderful, and thank you for answering before I could ask a question. That's glorious.
So, we're waiting for our runners to ready up. In the meantime, last time you were here was the UnMetal event back in November, I believe. The game's changed quite a bit since then, has it not?
Yes, it has. We're up to patch 10. For the people who don't know, I'm the game creative assistant to Fran for the game UnMetal. I helped make the game and some of the decisions that went into some of the things you'll see on the screen. Some of those decisions were made with the feedback of the community to make it more runnable. And it looks like they're going.
Yes, they have taken off. So, right off the bat, one of the very first things you get introduced to is the crafting mechanic. And with the crafting mechanic, you get introduced to hotkeys. Now, our runners are on the PC version, which means they have quite a lot of hotkeys available to them. They have, I believe, every button on the keyboard that's not already assigned something. And in addition, they have 5 controller buttons. It looks like at least one of them was on controller with a controller hotkey. Did you notice that?
Yes. I do know, I can only speculate with Glenn, but I do know that Nick utilizes every, I think, pretty much 20 to 30 hotkeys. And I know Glenn was talking about it. So they'll be using keyboard and controller hotkeys consistently.
I did not know that UnMetal had become an MMO. That's kind of scary.
But that said, there's a mechanic happening on the screen. I'll leave it up to you to explain it, but when they take out some guards, some stars are appearing. And that plays a factor in the run. Can you explain it?
I can. So in this run, there is actually an RPG MMO element to it. When you take a guard out without being detected at all, you can't have him see you in any way. You will get a star, and what that star does is it goes up to the top right of the screen. You can see a little blue bar, and that blue bar is our experience. It's actually very important that we get specific guards to optimally balance speed. Right there, you saw Glenn have to consider whether he wanted to wait for that guard and risk it or balance it out by letting the guard patrol. This actually is one of the only games with significant guard RNG, which could very easily change this run depending on how close these runners get. This guard... Go on.
There are actually some bosses that getting enough experience before them enables a quick kill, and not having enough experience, they have to change their entire strategy. So
I'll be excited to see that.
Go ahead and continue. You were on a thought.
Yeah, so the first level we're coming up, I believe the goal is to get this level up before the first boss. I won't spoil who that is. Looks like Glenn is on good pace to get it. But I wanted to point out that not every guard in this run, this is any percent, and that's actually pretty significant in this because we are really going to balance whether we take a guard out stealthily or whether we don't, based on the RNG and other factors. Glenn did get the level up. He now runs faster. Nick did not. Speaking of the first boss, would you like to introduce him to us, Jack?
The glorious and lovely mascot of the team that Glenn represents, Grenade Guy. So, in the very beginning, before this game was beyond just the inkling of a demo for all of you, you guys absolutely, quote-unquote, adored the RNG of Grenade Guy destroying your runs. Yeah. Both of which having... right now, the way the run is, if you have level 1 by the time you defeat Grenade Guy, you're pretty much on pace. So, that's how it is at this point until someone else does it otherwise. But this is the end of the first chapter. You'll notice at the end, there is an in-game timer that we have set up and coordinated with the help from the Metal Gear Speedrunner community. So in-game timers are aligned with what we have been requested of.
Yeah, I remember we spent a lot of time working on this IGT with you guys, and we're very happy to have it now, and I believe it basically never stops ticking as long as the game is playing, except for when a chapter is finished. So, you know, if a runner is stressed or panics, then they take the break at the end of the chapter, wring their hands out, and then get right back into it. So it's a very reliable, very good IGT. Which this run is timed IGT. I mean, obviously we have RTA as well, but
also, small note, they are up against Roscoe, which you get to fight him with your world of experience. Yes, that was such a bad joke.
It did look like both of them had a perfect Roscoe. I don't believe either of them missed any globes. If you miss a globe, Roscoe can kind of just go wherever he wants. Another thing is items take a couple seconds to pick up after their first spawn. So you're gonna see, you know, Glenn or Nick punch an item and then have to sit in it. Also, there's a mechanic we just got introduced right there is the reload mechanic. That's another, I don't know if calling it an abuse is fair, but basically what it usually does is it resets a room in a situation that is more optimal to you. And we're coming up on, what do we call this?
Dog skip or doggo skip?
Doggo skip. Yeah, that was a cool little thing that I don't recall who found it. I think it was Green Z Saber, and then Puzon and me optimized it. But go on.
An interesting point is Glenn and Nick do two different variants of it. Nick starts near the beginning, and the idea is to utilize rolls and the movement of the dog back to its original position to try and get the farthest distance before it is interrupting you. the intended way is to get some meat in a different part and try to feed the good boy and such, but they don't have enough time for that.
Yeah.
No, the meat is very, very far out of the way. Unfortunately, we did just see Nick took an alert there. I don't know if he's okay with that. That's gonna put him down some experience, but I assume he has a backup somewhere, plenty of backups. He tried a couple times to skip that cutscene, didn't look like it was coming out. And we are coming back. Oh yeah, actually, hold to skip is a thing now, isn't it?
Hold to skip is a thing, and there's certain ones where you hold it and will repeatedly do that as part of it. Because of the way the game is programmed, you're supposed to at least see an animation or something to keep everything aligned. So that was, you can now buffer. This was a feature that was added in a recent patch by request. You can now buffer the dialogues and skip them almost instantaneously, where it used to require a timed half-second hold. So that right there just sped up the game significantly.
Now I noticed Nick grabbed the secret in the sewers. I don't believe Glenn grabbed that, if that's correct. I'd have to see the inventory to know for certain, but this is where like the routing in this game can really change, because there are, I don't have the exact number, but there's enough secrets and skill level ups that it can really potentially change this game.
Yep. Random note, Glenn's now an acorn. No need to explain. But going back on that heart that he obtained, we will talk about it later, but that's in preparation for something we call Red Room Skip later on, is getting more hit points to utilize that.
We have Nick going Team Cheese. Oh no.
I think this is a good question for anyone watching. Are you acorn or cheese? Say so now. Even if you're just watching this on a VOD or a video, just say it out loud. Confuse people.
Yeah, shout it. Oh no, Glenn reloaded the save after breaking that, but unfortunately the save happened at or before he had collected that item, so he had to re-break it.
Can you explain very briefly about how the reload mechanic works for hit points? Because we got a boss here soon in a new event.
Yeah, so I don't know the full in-depth, but the rough way it works is when you are bleeding out, if you do not get hit again during this bleed out state, and you hit a checkpoint, which you can see a little green save show up in the bottom, when you reload that checkpoint, the game will put like a fail-safe feature in to prevent you from putting yourself in a very bad spot in terms of HP, essentially a death loop, by refilling your HP, and we gladly take advantage of that.
I would call it advantage instead of abuse, the question you asked earlier. By the way, as you can see, nothing big, just some assassin rats and squirrels in the soup.
Yeah, it was the cheese and the acorn. I really wanted that. In fact, there's actually some tech to this flamethrower that you wouldn't per se notice. Do you mind explaining that?
Are you talking about how you can use it fast, or?
Yeah, I think you rhythm flaming.
When you there is a situation, and I'll try and be brief, is if you actually use the flamethrower or punches in a specific rhythm instead of spamming, you can actually increase its efficiency. My speculation is probably 20% faster. So you'll see that utilized, and they have to deal with not overheating. So that bar that goes up over their head, if it reaches the max, well, they die. Random note, welcome to Sewer Junk.
Yep. We see Glenn going with 6 tentacles, just 6.
Yep.
The number of tentacles does matter. It determines how many of these red balls, which they don't do a ton of damage in and of themselves, but just casually sitting there and tanking them will add up. And just like if the red bar up top goes up, if your green or yellow bar goes down, you die. And
Side note.
Yep.
Sorry, it's important to talk about flamethrower skip. At exactly 10% hit points, you have a scene pop up, and you lose the flamethrower, and it takes extra time. You're going to see it on Glenn's screen here in a moment. There's a way that you can actually skip that dialogue and save precious time by being able to skip it. And you see that Nick actually achieved it on the right side, and Glenn took a death.
Oh, that is unfortunate. So the prior save was before the boss. So now he has to refight the boss. That was unfortunate. He went into basically, if you lose the flamethrower, you have to go into either punching or using the slingshot on to a junk. And because of how close he was, he couldn't dodge the red balls. So that means Nick has taken the lead here.
Indeed. We will see. The way that it works, though, is if you bring them from 10% to 0%, you manage to skip the destruction of the flamethrower, saving precious time. But let's talk about Nick over in Chapter 3.
Yep.
What are the big things in Chapter 3 right now, if I'm correct? There is what's called chloroform skip, and a very efficient way of killing the two bosses.
Yeah,
are the three big highlights.
I'm curious if I haven't seen a more modern run of this in a while. I'm not quite certain if either of the bosses will have Molotovs used against them, so I'm very excited to see that.
That is going to be more of a non-any percent, so more of a perfect run percent.
I see.
Because you get the Molotovs in Chapter 2, and the gas that you need to do that is off over by the meat that is skipped.
You are correct. So I guess you were talking about something else, which I must not be aware of.
So, going into what's happening now, I do know that Nick grabs this secret, and again, to get more stamina so that they can use that increased hit points to skip a specific room later on in Chapter 9. That said, Glenn's advantages definitely higher on the experience. So that may play a factor as later for catch-up.
Yes, Glenn entered this already at Chapter 3 or Level 3, whereas Nick had to level up in it. Having even just a little bit earlier, that extra level can change a lot of the game. But there's a lot of things that could happen, so this is by no means over. There is still a ton that can happen here.
Small amount of tech that people found lately that I knew about is the door that you're seeing Nick go through right now is open. If for any reason you reload or do anything like that, the door closes and resets. So if you're able to do this area spotless without a reload of any form, you save time on reopening the door. Small little optimization.
Wow. That's crazy.
And his door closed. Go on.
Yeah, he needed that HP back. Alright, so this is Megadrone. The first boss of this chapter. This was a setup found by, I think, Plywood, where we're going to essentially just hold up and fire the pistol. It's possible to two-cycle Megadrone. Looks like, unfortunately, Nick was not in the situation to do that, but a 3-cycle is not too bad. Just a teeny bit of time loss, and it does give him a lot of extra time to pick up pistol ammo.
And interestingly enough, picking up the pistol ammo is also part of how good you do the boss, because you can only break 2 boxes or 3 boxes, but they managed to get them all. So not having to collect bullets later is a big deal.
So you mentioned chloroform skip earlier. We're coming up on, this is where we're actually going to make the chloroform. Of course, chloroform is made of the 2 elements, chloro and form. This is just common chemistry. Now, you're intended to go through that door you saw down there, but it doesn't look like Nick's going that way. In fact, he's turning around and walking back. That can't be faster, can it?
Correct. In fact, the other path is 3 to 4 rooms in order to get back to where the elevator is, and this actually adds, I think, 2 rooms to it. Like, just a longer walk. That's only because of, and what's even more interesting is he is not actually combining it with the rag to create a necessary weapon. There's that closed door. I think Glenn got a 2-cycle.
He did. That was a very good Megadrone from Glenn. Yep.
So
yep.
But why don't you explain? Because we've got the entire top side while he's gathering batteries to give to Maintenance Mike, the best mic in the game. Can you explain why they don't put the chloroform on the rag?
Yeah, so while putting the chloroform on the rag is a intended mechanic, in fact, on this version of the patch, I believe it's physically impossible to get out of this stage without completing that. The reason is because of a little skip coming up. Jack mentioned it. It's called Chloroform Skip. At the end of this segment, we find out, oh no, turns out our informant, the doctor earlier in the chapter, has been discovered, and Lieutenant Markuson, or Stevenson, and they're both in this game, has discovered and is on his way to her. And oh no, we need to get back down to the doctor as quickly as possible. Now, if you guys know chloroform, you know there's a joke about chloroform where if you sniff chloroform, you fall unconscious, and Jesse is not exempt from that rule. In fact, this game has a very unique... Oh my god, Nick, he's trying to go so fast. Nick, look, Jesse is now on the first floor, guys.
Yeah, no,
like,
I just
I
sniffed chloroform, had a dream, got picked up, and now he's literally skipped 2 floors and like 7 rooms.
Yeah, so despite the backtrack on the previous floor, that's, I think in total this saves, even if you were going for all experience, that saves like 14 seconds. And any percent, it's insane how much time that saves. Aw, no moonwalk. That's fair though, that loses time.
So he just went in, had a full scene with the doc and left, and now he's fighting Lieutenant Markuson.
Who is objectively the best boss in the game. Just saying. Or second best boss in the game. We'll get to we won't see the best boss in the game.
So, mechanic in the game that they introduce you to is Jesse will not kill. So, one of the first things he has to do is make sure to use med kits on the 2 people he shot, and also use a med kit on Lieutenant Markuson. Then grab his key, and then use his eyeball to get out of the building. So, this is the slowest walk of the entire game.
Thankfully, it's not very long, but it does need to be done. So there was just a bug where the alert that is about to happen would be carried into this chapter, but I believe that has since been rectified. You will no longer...
Twice.
Twice!
Yeah, it broke again, and we had to refix it. That's okay. It looks like Nick is in love with this person, knocks them out for some free experience, and runs off to the doggos.
And this is, he doesn't care about the alert because certain rooms like this one will instantly cleanse any alert. Glenn, he went
What
through the
was
plant.
Well, no, he shot left. Markuson stepped behind him, shot right. Again, Glenn, RNG does not adore you today.
Speaking of RNG, the room Nick was in is, well, actually...
Minefields.
There are mines in those rooms, believe it or not, but there's a really cool setup that's been found recently where it turns out there are, let's hope 6 seeds, I'm gonna call them, of mines, and the runners actually preloaded their game because the seed is determined on game launch, which let them load into Chapter 4, get up to the minefield, and basically trial and error until they figured out which mine path they have. So both runners are on their preferred mine path, which lets them skip a major item that is intended to be grabbed, skip a massive, really fun, objectively the best boss fight in the game.
Yes.
And turns this from like an 8-minute chapter to less than 4 minutes, maybe even less than 3. I don't know the exact speed anymore, but
so while Nick is going through this maze that's like the Lost Woods from Zelda, where if you go the wrong direction you restart from the beginning, it all starts with this interesting comedic scene of Jesse you'll see on Glenn's side, not on Nick's side, where they're supposed to find a compass and prepare it, and it will give you the directions. But they just decided to figure out a way to do it fastest and memorize the path.
Yeah. Or maybe they have notes, because, you know, it doesn't hurt to have notes. But yeah, there's I think it's 12 inputs on this patch. It used to be like 25, but we don't have to talk about that. There's like 12 that they have to memorize. It's not too bad anymore.
It went from 12 to 20, I believe, 20 or 21. However, some of the adjustments optimize the ability to go from like left to bottom, so it's a corner walk to get through 2 screens, things like that. But we don't have time to talk about that because we're on chapter 5.
We are. And chapter 5 has a very specific, I don't know if it's a glitch but I probably not intended by the original developer. We're going to immediately trigger a guard to see us, but we're going to take a screen transition after he sees us. And what this is going to do is it's going to put the base on a constant caution, but it's going to actually prevent the base from going into a full alert. And that's good for us because it means we can literally just run straight through this entire level instead of waiting on a bunch of cycles and having to take guards out. We can literally ignore all of that and just run directly through this entire stage, saving a ton of time. Casually, this stage is a bit rough.
Casually, it's actually the one that takes people almost the most time, compared to others. But it's all set up so that you can walk in a specific door where they got the bulletproof vest before attacking Machine Gun Mike, which is objectively the most overpowered thing anyone could hear. Yes. 50% of all bullets are nullified when hitting you.
It's definitely possible to do this run without the bulletproof vest. You will get shot, and you will be very scared for your HP if you don't grab it. So it is massively worth it.
Now, Nick is doing an interesting strat against Splash Mike in the tank that he just changed his name. But part of this is to get the munitions out of boxes. But there's one other thing I know that Nick and Glenn will be looking in those boxes for. A birthday gift. I heard it's your birthday today, Sergeant.
It is my birthday today.
See?
Yes.
So they're looking for a proper birthday gift for you. Congrats.
Oh, thank you, Jack. I appreciate it. I hope they find it, but I respect or I understand if they don't.
I don't know. Grenades and a rocket seem to be a good gift for a sergeant.
Honestly, agree. Oh, I think something. I missed it. Glenn looked like he had to say. Oh, so if something goes wrong on stage 5, the first guard will now notice you, and you essentially have to enter into a backup reset state. So Glenn is in that weird state where he's trying to recover, but it looks like he got through it fine. He just has to run through this stage. That was a good splash, Mike. What's up?
Yeah, no, he's just got to do it and get to a point where he can load before he bleeds out. The problem is because of the nature of the entire base being on caution or alert the entire run, there is no checkpoint. Mm-hmm. This is an all or nothing chapter.
Yes.
Speaking of... Oh.
I was going to say, checkpoints in this game, if they are in an alert or caution, they do not trigger at all as a safety precaution, so that's why that happens. Now, we're in Chapter 6. These are the engineers. I don't recall their name, but you...
Oh, they're Leonard.
Leonard! You were going to tell us something about them, it sounded like.
Oh, I was just going to give you a transition to talk about Leonard.
All right, here we are, Leonard!
So, they are using the saws to try and take you out because they don't want to be looked down on by all those Mike soldiers. So here you are having to make sure they don't die and go forward to living in a lovely yellow submarine.
Yes. Lovely. I'm curious, now, recently you added a newer ending rank. You'll notice that at the end, these runners have been getting a rank of either perfect or just like the stats. Will either of these runners be able to complete Chapter 6 with an unperfect ranking, you think?
No way. Not in this run.
No? You don't think it's going to happen?
No, not at all. A little bit of a sneak peek. To achieve unperfect, which is the hard mode of completion, to get a perfect, you just have to get all the experience and all the secrets in a level. That's all. No big deal. To get unperfect, you have to do achievements or little stipulations above and beyond that. For this one, the submarine has to take exactly 0 damage. You cannot touch a wall or anything negative.
I believe that also includes during the boss fight, does it not?
Correct. So, in fact, if you look, there's a little bit of hit points missing in the top of that submarine. So, yeah, he's already lost his unperfect.
That is unfortunate. But we'll see. If you truly are fast, it is possible to do it. There's a couple speed strats that do disqualify you from it, but
yeah, but I mean, it's just faster. And congrats to Glenn for taking out Splash Mike.
He has made it. He's not that far behind. All Nick needs is one unfortunate accident, and this race can be even again. This game is, forgive me for saying this, but this game is not hand-holy. This game is not friendly, and the speedrun proves that.
I mean, it's definitely improved over its 10 patches, specifically for easy and medium difficulties.
Yes.
But yeah, like this spot right there, the amount of tapping that you need to keep that straight line is pretty impressive.
Alright, so we're coming up on Huge Eel. Now, the runners, I believe, have a setup for this. They're going to be putting themselves on a specific vertical line based on the seaweed. Is that seaweed? I don't know.
Yeah.
Which is going to allow them to, by looking at the boss, know exactly when to fire a torpedo. That was a perfect Huge Eel. Slight bump, unfortunate, but a perfect Huge Eel fight. That is what you want to see with that boss.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Team Grenade Guy is going to get a 4-0 on this one at this rate. We'll see if he turns it around.
Grenade Guy gave Glenn the better run, but Grenade Guy's allies took it away. So we're gonna see.
So now we're looking at Nick going into the Boondocks, and the first thing that he does is get $10 million. Why is he even speedrunning if he's got now $20 million? He just quit the run.
Yeah, right? If I could just collect $30 million, like, why 40?
$40 million.
This man wants money. Okay, so I've not actually seen the strat the runners do for this room. This room right here that Nick is, in my opinion, the worst room in the game. He's now in it alert.
This is not intended, by the way. He's just winging its bad mistake.
Okay, I think it's fine. He's not gonna get the checkpoint because he's not gonna be able to talk, so he's gonna have to make up this. This is giving Glenn a lot of good time because Nick does have to wait out this evasion before he can continue and get the save. All right.
So that's going to be a bit of a time recovery in that favor, so that's good. Now, interesting note, you'll notice that sometimes they are rolling and sometimes they're not. Turns out, if you have an enemy on the screen, you do not get the massive sprint bonus. So rolling when an enemy is on the screen or something that counts as an enemy is faster than using your sprint trait that you got from first level. But if no enemies on the screen, you move faster.
Yep,
Interesting random reason.
A whole chart that breaks down all the movement speeds in this game. There's an even faster form movement. I don't believe we've seen either of them do it yet. I respect Nick for taking the safety save coming into Nuke Sub here. I've heard there's been some changes to Nuclear Sub in the recent patches. Is that true?
Yes, especially with Easy. We simply just reduced his hit points by, I believe, 25 or so. But other than that, a patch before that, we reduced it from an instant kill from a missile to heavily reduced damage. On medium, if you take specific traits that increase your hit points, you can still take a missile even. So, but on hard, you're still destroyed if you get hit.
Yeah, now I believe I'm known. I'm known in almost every community for having very unique opinions that make me who I am, if you will. Hard mode's Nuke Sub, one of the best bosses in the game. Can't change my mind.
It's because of the nature of just changing and tweaking a few values, it turns almost into a puzzle fight. which is a trait that Fran tries to do in almost all of his fights if he can.
Fran, by the way, is the developer of this game. If you don't know him, on Epic Fran, give him a follow. He's a super great guy, and we loved hanging out with him. And he makes great games like this and Ghost and on Epic, all great games.
Now, as a note, there's an opportunity to do 2 cycle, and it's missed. Let's see if we got a 3 cycle.
Nick is playing this very close to the edges of the map.
It's essential to do that to get a 2 cycle.
It really is. I think that was roughly 4 passes of the helicopter, and sorry about that. That just comes down to really what river pattern did you get. The helicopter is consistent, but the river is by far not consistent, and Nick just did not get a great river cycle or river pattern. So we're coming up on chapter 8. This is, I think, at least at the time that I was running, pretty much the most universally hated stage.
Yep, but you haven't seen its quality of life improvements. Like,
I have not.
Look at that on the ground. That looks like the zone of control of a camera.
Yo, seeing it, I remember when you were talking about it in the Discord, you were like, hey, this is what it's looking like. Can we get some feedback on this? And it looked cool. And actually seeing it in game, that just, I agree. The quality of life, it might not actually be faster, but knowing exactly when you can move, where you can move, all of those specific little touch-ups, they make these chapters so much more enjoyable to run. Because honestly, chapter 8 is quite fun to play. It's just, not knowing when to go is a real bummer.
So, if you get an alert of any form on this, you have to restart, because the story is you said you never got detected, and if you do get detected, the interrogation you're in is like, you're contradicting yourself. Shoot this guy.
Oh, yeah.
So,
I don't even know if we mentioned that.
We'll get into that. But one of the things that's interesting talking about this mechanically is these show by default on easy. On the higher difficulties, there is a tool or mechanic that enables it, but it is not open by default. Just to show a difference of easy versus other difficulties.
Yep. When this game was... Go on. What?
I was just gonna... You just step back. I'll just segue to you by saying, so, what about this game?
When this game was originally designed, the original release of this was basically, and we have direct confirmation from Fran on this, he made the game on essentially hard difficulty and decided, let's scale it down from there. And that's, long story short, that's why we're on 1.10 now, because some things just needed balanced for easy mode, and we're all super happy for that. If you want to play this game in its original intent, play it on hard. It is hard.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the biggest things is interesting game design note. You can test a game for months with a good group of people. There is nothing like a day one release. We could talk about that at a different time, though. Going into this, we've got Nick getting the actual grenades. I'm having a mind blank on the actual name of the grenades.
Don't worry, they used to hurt you when you threw them, so they might as well have been grenades back then.
I get you. Why don't you cover me and tell me what the name of these grenades are? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Go on.
These are EMP grenades. Where the reason we picked them up is because, well, besides them being required to beat the game with, these cameras in this room don't cycle, and we need them to successfully get through the room. Also, there's a secret here. But yeah, the EMPs, they take cameras out on easy difficulty. I believe it's unfortunately he didn't get that, but he has plenty. I believe it's 5 seconds of downtime on easy.
Correct. On easy, it's 5. On other difficulties, it's 3.
Yeah. So that's needed not only for this chapter, but in the next chapter after this. There is another very... You can make that, Nick? You're insane. There is another very significant use of the EMPs that we'll get to when we get there, but right now we have to gain access to this building, and this is a convoluted puzzle to get into it. You have to do quite a few things. You have to make a pizza look like, hey, we have our first unperfect of the run. Let's go.
By default of the mission, it's using only a certain amount of EMPs, so it's very easy for you to get unperfect on that one in particular.
They don't need to know that, Jack. It's okay.
That's okay. I'm gonna say it because the hard missions to get unperfect are still out there. It's all good.
Good. Has anyone got a full unperfect run yet, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay, so it has been fully discovered.
Yes.
So, Nick, right here, he's going a bit out of his way. You don't have to come to this room in the any %, but he's collecting a very important item in the game called the blood bag. Now, you mentioned why we're picking this blood bag up, Jack. Do you want to explain more in detail why Nick is acquiring that item?
Definitely. There's a room in the complex called the Red Room, which is specifically set up as a radiation room. The intent of it is you have to get an anti-radiation suit to get through it. However, you crafty and lovable speedrunners found a way to manipulate and work with your hit point values enough that you could skip the 7 to 8 rooms it would take to acquire that suit and just simply tank the damage and go through it. So this is the Red Room mentioned, and about halfway through, we will have a situation where they will use the blood bag for an instantaneous refresh.
Yeah, that is the special perk of the blood bag. Is unlike a med kit, which heals you up over time, the blood bag is a full heal. Unfortunately, Nick got shot there after being detected, but I believe he should still be fine because on easy, there is not a 4th spider bot. Something that was removed, I assume after request, because that 4th spider bot makes that even worse.
Yes, and it's one of those things that are even being considered putting back in because it means that there's a specific achievement you can't acquire on easy.
I have heard that there has been discussion on that.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those balance things to figure out who to make happy in what ways. So, with that said, we're finally past that area where we're moving on to acquire what is the finish of this second floor soon. So, one of the things that is a need to acquire is this level 4 key card to allow you to proceed. They reload because this room creates an alert and won't let out the door unless doing so.
Nick's in a bit of a rough spot here. Usually what speedrunners like to do is they like to get to this next floor, floor 3, and level up as they defeat a mid-stage boss into 6, but it looks like Nick's gonna have to, unfortunately, take the level up early here because of some of the rooms he has to go through. Oh, right, I remember now that he goes to that floor, takes out those 2 guards because, nightmare days of floor 3 back in the early patches. I'd like to say the hard part of chapter 9 is over, but it is far from over.
If you're talking about the mercenaries on that floor, it's actually been made consistent. Yeah, because of the nature of there was a patch to those mercenaries in particular had a situation where if they saw you, the alert would happen. However, on easier difficulties, there's now a slight delay on that response.
Yeah.
So instead of it being instantaneous, it takes a second for them to go from cautious to alert. That said, this is an interesting wire puzzle, so they can disable anti-aircraft missiles and such, so you can escape on a helicopter where you'll eventually be shot down. Because that's just the way it works.
That's exactly what's going to happen. Thankfully, this puzzle is scripted, or it's fixed, so Nick either has the solution written down again or he knows it. I'd like to quickly point our attention to Glenn. Nick chose Scandinavians, which I don't think is pretty typical of current day UnMetal running. Glenn here has chosen Terminators. Now, I mentioned earlier the pros of EMPs is the Terminators are actually susceptible to an EMP, and then they can be hit with a rocket. It was interesting seeing that Nick went with Scandinavians. I assume for the safety, because Scandinavians are relatively safe.
Well, he is the only one that picks Scandinavians right now. Nick does it specifically so that he can move faster for his strategy. And it removes RNG. As exterminators, when they shoot, have 3 bullets. Scandinavians have 1. They also are not as wandery in certain scenarios with the route that he takes.
Ooh, that's a scary setup. Oh, okay, so I think he made a potty save there. Is that what just happened? Yes,
correct.
He did.
This is the second most frustrating room for him to go through.
Yes, this room. I completely understand and agree with that. So I don't believe we've talked about potties yet. On top of the checkpoint system that this game has, it also has a
triggered a shock state. Whoops.
Unfortunate. It also has potties, which essentially you could think of a potty as a save state, if you will. That is unfortunate. That room is just brutal. That's gonna give Glenn a lot of time.
Now, an interesting note is the potty also saves the state of all the things in the game. So if they're in a bad pattern, you're locked in that bad pattern. He did not have the setup for the quick kill. That, or he chose not to do it for risk.
Yeah, he did have a good clean Takuma though. That was nice. Glenn just went back down to the first floor, but I don't believe he's been to the top floor yet. This is a very interesting route from Glenn. I don't think I've seen before.
He got an item that people usually get near the end. Interesting that he chose that. I find that fascinating too.
Yeah, I'm definitely. I want to ask Glenn why he chose to go to the first floor. I wonder if that was a mistake or not. But he made it work because that is required. Alright, so we have, it looks like Nick has finished and is heading to, he's heading to get the item that Glenn just picked up, and then he is going to the basement.
Oh, and by the way, there's going to be a old man in a robe. If anyone watching this wants to say out loud or just say so in chat, that's voiced by me. So if you want to just say hi Jack, bye Jack as he passes by him, feel free. On a side note, though, while we've got this moment of him going down, how do you feel? Isn't it nice to see all the cutscenes instant skipped, basically? Oh, he let me say a word. Oh,
he let you say welcome.
Welcome to the labyrinth. A pain point for many people on a casual playthrough.
Sorry.
If anyone takes a wrong direction at any of these intersections, you die.
Yeah.
But people have done this, they've memorized the path, so.
Yeah, speaking of, memorized, you'll notice as Nick moves through these intersections, it's very important we call them intersections. There are these little metal tiles. Those are, I believe, added around 1.3-ish because and only to easy, because the labyrinth, it's kind of easy to, in your mind, mix up a corner in an intersection and then lose track of where you are. Earlier when we talked to Maintenance Mike, he gave us a quote-unquote map, which is just a string of letters, and it translates to this, but it's a lot to memorize, especially when you're also trying to look at this room in green with all kinds of twists and turns and you're shooting ghosts. So yeah, there's a lot happening. It's really nice to have these little tiles.
So while he finishes that map, we've got Glenn doing a Takuma fight. Will he go for the quick kill?
Let's see if he gets
Nope.
it.
Going standard.
He's pulling out. He's going safe, baiting Takuma to the right. That's the second best Takuma setup because you end closer.
Oh, sorry. It's very quick to show. There's a new optimization that Nick found recently that I want to talk about. So if you notice in this second room, he'll walk up, immediately touch the door to the south, and then keep going. Because the room's so small, the door stays open and he doesn't have to wait for it to reopen again.
That is nice. And that just a little bit of time save, but it matters in a
About
run like this.
1.2 seconds per those rooms.
1.2 is actually way larger than I would have thought. That's pretty significant given how long these doors take to open. Alright, so we're making a mandatory item. I think it's the last mandatory item to progress. You don't have to make it, but we can't beat the game if we don't. So we make some C4, place it on a tank, now get one of the best lines in the entire game. Do you believe in God? I love all three of those options.
And now, this is RNG. The walk involves how many bullets can you prevent from hitting you. They literally, instead of fighting, just do the walk all the way up here. And there's a high risk of him dying.
Oh, the body armor is doing numbers there.
Oh, but can he get to the load save spot? He did.
Yes, he did.
Ooh.
So that section is wow.
That's Nick's favorite line in the entire game.
It's voiced so just out of the blue, just to hear him randomly go, wow. It's like, huh? What? It catches your attention. But yeah, that hallway Nick just ran through, that is why you pick up the body armor. Every shot he took, 50% chance of it being negated entirely. If he didn't have the body armor, he would have taken damage from every one of those. Also, shoutouts to Nick. He read the book. We didn't get to actually see the book, but he did read it.
Major shout out on
hi,
that
Jack.
one.
Bye, Jack.
Oh, hi. So now it's the final boss of the game. Time is coming up, but we don't have to call it because the end game timer is what we track. What are your thoughts on this fight generally? Because it's been almost the same as it was before.
Well, I really like the first phase. The boss is split into 3 phases. Phase 1 is nice because it's just how good are you with the pistol. You take out some drones while he steals items from you. And it's under the pretense of they're my items, so I have the right to take them back. Stage 2 is a tank. As long as you don't move and use your EMPs, you should just be in and out of tank. And now stage 3.
Can he do the 1 cycle?
Can he 1 cycle? There is a 1 cycle.
Nope.
No, he does not. Unfortunate, but 2 cycle is the typical fight. So if he 2 cycles it, he is on pretty good pace. So GG on Nick. He has 1 last input outside of some cutscene skips. We'll call time just for sanity's sake. Time is stage complete for Nick. And let's see what his IGT will be here. 47:43. I know Nick got a new PB recently.
Yes.
Do you know what his current PB is by chance? That's a really good time.
It is, but I think it's... I don't know what it is, but I think it's a little bit more. I don't want to speak on something I don't know.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm sure Nick can hop in here once Glenn has finished. But that is a point for Team Fatman. Nick is bringing it back. Congratulations, Nick, on the run. GG. And
now, continue. Please talk.
Yeah, so we're now watching Glenn finish. He's on his boss. Not world record. We have confirmation from Nick. That's okay, Nick.
So an interesting point is, as Nick has all of the IL PBs as of a few days ago, or world records, I may be different now, but all of those times that were on the screen for Nick are the actual IL records for each level on the right side.
You guys have Best time now saves on the rightmost column.
Oh
That
yeah,
is
we added that.
Nice. I didn't know about that.
So whenever it says new record on his timers in particular, means it's a world record. At least at this
Wow.
point.
Let's go. Did he? So
Yo.
did he set any ILs? Yo, what's up, Nick?
Hey up.
Welcome. We're watching Glenn finish up. Congrats on that run.
Thank you very much.
How's it feel to bring it back for Team Fatman?
Oh, it's good. We needed to not have a clean sweep against us. I'm glad I've managed to at least get us 1 point.
Yeah, it's good. So, Glenn is currently making his way through the Colonel Harris carry. Nick, what went through your mind that you full sent it like that?
Oh, I got so lucky with that. I screwed up the movement right at the start and got really lucky with the body armor taking the first 2 shots, and then just like as I was approaching the lift, I'm like, I'm dead here, and yeah, the body armor just came through for me. Thank you, RNG.
So, I gotta ask, when are you removing the body armor to save time, Nick?
Oh God, never. the body armor is hands down the best secret. Unfortunately, it's the biggest RNG secret, but it saves you in a pinch.
Yeah, it works. It works wonders in chapter 9 and 10. I noticed you went Scandinavians. Jack was telling me that's you're pretty much the only person who does that. What's your main reason for choosing Scandinavians over?
The exterminators fire multiple shots at a time. The Scandinavians don't.
Okay, so
it's easier to dodge the Scandinavians, and for an any percent run, you're completely ignoring both, so it actually doesn't make that much difference. If you were going for a perfect run, then maybe exterminators is better because you can take them out a lot easier. With Scandinavians, you'd have to like go around grabbing string and stuff like that. Oh, he's gonna bleed out. Sorry, I'm watching Glenn.
Spot right now. Yeah, I think Glenn is.
Side note, for perfect, you have to pick Scandinavians.
Yes.
Because in any screen that involves 2 exterminators killing 1, oh no, you can do that with EMP grenades.
I'd like to make a quick note on easy. You cannot actually. Yo, what a sick
wow.
Nice.
You can't actually bleed out during a boss fight. So as soon as he got to phase 3, that was actually very, very good. He was safe, and that is time for Glenn. Congratulations, he was safe, and that is time for Glenn.
5158 is still an insanely respectable time. 5158 is still an insanely
if you look at the screen right now, that's the difference in font size.
I know. We'll fix that. We will fix that. And got 2 PBs on that run too, Glenn.
Oh, I really like this IGTN timer. Yeah, GG, Glenn. Welcome on in.
Hi.
How you feeling, Glenn?
That was a series of unfortunate events.
UnMetal tends to do that. I understand.
Oh well.
So I have one question I really want to ask Glenn, if you don't mind. You went down to floor 1 on stage 9 to grab the goggles early. Was that a miss punch and you rolled with it, or was that a specific route you have in mind?
That's just something I do.
Okay.
To have it.
You just prefer going down to floor 1, getting the goggles, and then.
Because I don't want to forget them. Just my brain will just be like,
nope.
Fair.
That's fair. I understand that.
Kind of like how I forgot the helicopter key.
Did that happen? I didn't even
Yeah.
notice. That's unfortunate. That helicopter key.
I beat Takuma, and then I'm like, wait, the homie Maintenance Mike didn't give me the map. Oh.
Dude,
oh no.
Oh, I forgot the helicopter key.
Having to go back to that helicopter.
So that's like a minute, yeah.
At least did you at least open the shortcut, I assume, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Having to go back to
I didn't.
helicopter. Oh my god, no.
I don't even know what I did.
It happens.
See, short memory, it's fine.
It's fine. Honestly, it was a great show from both of you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, both of you, for coming in and running UnMetal. I guess, Jack, is there anything you'd like to plug, since you are a developer or game lead assistant, creative.
I helped with
you
the game.
You helped with the game. I might as well
Yeah.
give you time to do that, and then we'll throw
Nah.
it back to the host to take us on out.
Well, you can find UnMetal on almost every platform that exists, and you'd want to find it. Go ahead and check it out and support Fran. He's a single person developer that's been working with people for years to make games just because he loves it. So if you do that, that would mean a lot to him, myself, and anyone else who really believes in his games. That said, my shout out is actually in directness to the Metal Gear speedrunning community and all of those who view it. One of the things that the reason there are 10 patches, sure, you could turn around and say it was help with easy, but a lot of it was just to accommodate and work and allow this to be in a passionable state for people to enjoy playing it again. And that wouldn't have existed without all of you, and that's important. Other than that, a major shout out to the people behind the scenes on here, putting it up and doing what they can. They're the unsung heroes of these events, and I think they deserve that call. Also, to all of you, chilling and working and helping.
Thanks, Jim.
And that's it. Finn.
We should send that thanks right back to you and Fran Jack. You guys have been absolutely fantastic accommodating and adjusting this game so that it can be the speed run that it is. It's unprecedented the way you guys have coordinated with us and made this the game that we want to run. So, huge thank you from all of us to you guys, because you've done an amazing job.
All right. And let's just make this cyclical. And congratulations on 2 fantastic runs, you two.
Well said. So thanks to everyone for participating in the UnMetal race. We are now going to bring it back to intermission so we can set up for the final race of the relay, Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance Normal. Stick around, folks.
And welcome back to the end of the year 2021 relay race with our final race of the day. Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance Normal, any percent, with D Limes versus Tyler 2022. I am Joseph Chostar 316. I will be hosting the final race today. I will now hand it off to our awesome commentators, MetalGlennSolid and Sparty. All right, take it away, guys.
Yo, what's up,
Sparty,
Glenn?
how you
What's going on?
Good.
I'm doing all right. Woke up to this Saturday morning of relay race events. We had some memorable finishes, some photo finishes, to be exact. Looking forward to another good one.
Yeah, you're talking about the top two in this category. Both of their PBs are actually less than a week old. Tyler's at 108.34, D-Lime's at 106.52, current world record. And off we go. Excellent, we're in sync to start.
Normal is a category that doesn't get too much love. Have you ran normal, Glenn?
I have ran normal. It has been quite a hot second, but normal is definitely a category that needs some more love.
Yep,
the basic route is pretty much the same as very easy. The only real notable difference is the game isn't going to force you to pick up the M9 in the plant. Otherwise, pretty much the same. Bosses
Limes
have more
gets
health.
knocked down on his way, and yeah, he has to trank this guy. Okay, he does. A little hiccup from Limes starting out.
Freeze.
It's a
But
buffer
like
for
you were saying, it is a little like VE, but there's also a lot of variations within normal that makes it its own unique kind of category, because it's not easy, it's not Euro, you can't really use most of the strats from either. It's almost like, you know, it's its own beast that you just pretty much have to learn the whole thing from scratch. So Tyler starts Olga after he opens the door, so let's see how this goes for him.
I'm thinking left side for both.
Alright.
Nope,
So
we got
Tyler
it right.
decides to go for the ammo. Interesting. Behind, I think Limes starts with the shots, if I remember. Yeah, Limes just, oh, he missed. She went left.
Limes got
so now he
which
goes
is
back.
fine though.
I've been with the unit since I was
Which
born.
is fine.
I
Tyler's
grew up on
gotta
the
sit through the
battlefield. Conflict and
dialogue
victory
here.
were my
Limes
parents.
is not gonna have to.
The unit.
Oh, and he got it too early.
We've shared
Just a
everything,
hair.
all the bad and
Well,
all
you'll
the
have
good.
that.
I have no one, nothing except the unit. Nothing else.
Pretty much done for headshots. Tyler is out. Limes still has one shot left.
There she goes. All right. Well,
not the best Olga from either, but they're tied up still. I don't think
I think Limes' was a little bit better because of the knockdown. It feels much closer than
Yeah,
just
he
a
might have
knockdown.
saved maybe a second
Or so.
Can't imagine more than
Dab
that.
drop from Tyler? No. Dab drop from Limes? No. Oh, well. Even with turbo, it's not free.
Here they go on their way to the engine room.
Let's see here.
Freeze.
Okay, Tyler with the hold up strat going down. Let's see what Limes does as well. Hold up, knock down.
Tyler shot the camera, so it did let D-Limes gain a little bit more ground again. Get that warning shot, run through him to delay the call. He will turn and run. Perfect.
Who is that? It's the enemy. I need help.
Tyler got a. What was Tyler doing? Okay, he
I-
got a little hiccup. I think he
it's
went
just more of a
prone.
hiccup, but
I
it
think he
cost
went
him the
prone
lead there.
instead of-
Which is okay. So
Okay, so the beginning I believe is mostly like Euro, if you're familiar with Euro, and then it changes a little towards the end.
yeah, the beginning of Engine Room is pretty much identical. And then there's
So
this guy
the-
who's in a different place.
Both players got knocked down once, although Tyler's I think just went prone by accident. Gives
That
Limes the
guard is
opportunity.
top here, and we're gonna.
Okay, Tyler goes with that, while Limes goes with the loud shot to get his attention. That skips the little cutscene that plays here. 3.
All right, no one blew up the tanker. We're good.
I don't want to jinx it. Just let them do it.
Checkpoint passed. All non-essential personnel report to the holds
I
in
think
10
Tyler
boy.
still has his splits. Well, that's a turbo, excuse me. So if you
He's
hear
got
a,
his turbo sounds on.
if you hear a little alert, that's the turbo on and off.
Lime's going with the loud method here of knocking this guy out. Shoot him once, roll him in, that's fine.
Ah, Tyler goes with the buffer while Limes just takes the alert. This could cost
This is
him here.
not a room you want to have an alert in.
Yeah.
Like on any difficulty, and he
He
got
took
out
the
of there.
risk.
That
He
wasn't
took the
too
risk.
bad,
He got knocked out
actually.
of the door just once.
That could have been much worse.
Yep.
In my experience,
Alright.
it usually is.
Guard rush time.
All
So now
right.
they're just going to use the SOCOM. They'll auto aim for the first, or lock onto the first guy, stall him, and then just go look for headshots at the beginning.
I'm just taking a good headshot on the guy behind the crate.
The last
Pretty
three are
clean.
coming out.
Pop,
Yeah, that was a
pop,
really
pop.
good guard
Hey,
rush from
good
both
from Limes.
players.
Yeah, they're about the same.
That was
Other
a
guard
great
rush.
guard rush.
Yeah, those were good. Textbook. But what do you expect from the top two? All right, ladder glitch.
Limes
Shouldn't be
nails
too bad. I'm an old pro here.
Yeah, I
Good.
don't expect any of them to mess up ladder glitch.
Not at this point.
Nice hold up from Limes. Let's see as Tyler goes the safe method of going around that guy. So
Which is
Limes makes
fine.
up a little bit of time in the first area.
Freeze. Freeze.
I'm gonna do this hold up method. Swapping between weapons here.
I never got used to swapping while holding up. I always went back to previous.
It takes some getting used to, and the one thing that you gotta watch out for is bumping a guard here while Limes gets his 2-spot photos here.
And that's such a costly continue there as well.
I think Limes is good. Tyler
Alright, knock
should
on
be
wood,
good.
they don't. Yep, but they got all the pictures and off to plant.
Yeah, I think Limes is good. His was a little more questionable than Tyler's was.
Not
All right, he's
horrible
good.
tankers. One knockdown from each. Olga didn't go all that great for both players, but they finished strong. They had a great guard rush, and they're neck and neck.
We're still under 7 for tanker RTA, which is actually really good. All things considered, not the cleanest tanker just because of reasons on both sides, but up to the plant, and I do not like this cartwheeling person. Can we have Snake back, Mr.
The
Kojima?
tanker ILs only.
Tanker IL's best of 7. We go best of 11. We got an hour to kill here.
Even more, probably. Nothing to do here. Just wait for the elevator to come down. Let's see how these guys dispose of these guards. And there's also a ration in the left side of this room. Let's see if the players decide to pick that up.
Yo, lucky ration.
Over there by the boxes. More codex to skip. Okay, Limes decides to go for the ration. So does Tyler. Okay.
Ooh, there's a daft drop.
Tyler decides to hide behind the forklift, while Lime says, I'm just going to choke you guys out.
That's fine. Both are viable. Just waiting for an elevator anyway. Tyler's gonna get spotted here. Nope. Okay. One PPK cycle will knock out guards on normal, which is nice. I believe it's hard and above where it takes more than that, despite Raiden having a double kick.
That's true, huh? I never really noticed it, or I never paid attention to it that much, where Raiden does the one kick and then the second kick sends them flying. Alright, pump room. get used to this room. They'll be coming here a lot. So first time through, nothing to do. On our way to Stillman.
Just go up, left, get out of here. There's nothing to see here.
The hanging codec. Game really picks up once you meet Stillman.
It's the enemy. I need help.
It's just kind of funny. Like I never noticed how many cutscenes and codecs were in MGS2 until I started speedrunning it. I'm like, wow, this game is actually really long.
Turbo makes it so much. Even though you can skip codecs much easier than MGS1 with a double tap, but Turbo makes it so much easier to skip through.
It's consistent,
codecs.
which is nice because I had a habit of mashing the triangle, and then it would just pause the codec, and then I'd have to hit it again to get it to.
I had the problem where
continue.
I would press triangle too late, so like they would say like one letter of the word, and then I'd press it.
Good little syllable chat here, you know. Yeah, it's kind of like MGS1 codecs on PC. Anywho, the time sync himself, Peter Stillman, but we're on New Game Plus, so we get to skip this cutscene, thankfully. Not skippable on a New Game file, so that's why we have a New Game Plus file in our resources page, which is
Always funny when you see some newer MGS2 runners I'll always see on Twitch, and more often than not they're running New Game, and then you just
the time, and it's
like, what are you doing?
Well, it's not so much what are you doing, it's like, hey, are you winging this, or so we've got some tips. We'll always help you if you ask, but
All right, I think this is the first time we'll see conveyor belt.
will limes do conveyor, or Tyler?
I think
I don't know.
do conveyor
I
belt.
haven't been watching really either of them do their practice runs for this event, so
It's pretty cool. I don't even remember the last time we saw conveyor belt in a MGSR stream.
I want to say Platonic did it. I might be wrong on that.
If you've never seen conveyor belt route, well, you're in for a treat here.
Conveyor is very interesting.
Okay, so in the pump room, this is how you can tell they'll do conveyor belt, is they'll have to pick up the box in the pump room. That's why they're going out of their way. Oh, Limes holds up that guy as he turns back down. He wants to hold him up.
He's going to go for conveyor by the looks of it.
Yep, there goes Limes. He wants to pick up this box. So does Tyler. That's why they're going around this way.
This will be a first for a lot of people, I think. This conveyor lets you do some wacky things with some rare out of bounds in this game, actually. Okay, good bomb A from both.
Always had trouble with that bomb when I was first learning MGS2.
That bomb is
never get in the
definitely
right
tricky.
angle.
I have a visual cue personally where when I crouch, if Raiden's knees are just above that white line, then I should be good.
They used to always give me trouble.
Alright, on to strut F, which doesn't have a whole lot of differences to it.
No need to pick did anyone pick up the M9?
No. There's no
No.
reason to pick up the M9
I
in
think they
normal.
pick it up on their way back. Could be wrong. Not through this time, but on the second time they go through here. I think they
I'm not entirely certain because it is in this strut. On VE, it's basically forced into your inventory, but
yeah, I
on
think normal
you
they'll pick
can't
it up
go
on their
without it.
second. I think they'll go on the second pass through this area.
I'm not,
So not this
too
time.
keen on conveyor belts, so I'd have to.
Alright, let's see if Limes gets the Claymore. Nice, gets the Claymore. Doesn't. Oh, I thought he was not gonna get an alert, but gets an alert. Not a huge deal. but it would make things a lot easier.
Tyler's a pro. He knows what he's doing. Alert.
Alright, let's see if we can get through these guards. It's always funny just rolling past these guards into the loading screen. It's like, here's a box. Let me roll right through all of you.
It's easy.
Limes gets it, and so does Tyler.
They're making this look easy.
Right.
But it's not easy. It's normal.
Truer words were never spoken. Helipad. We'll have to grab another box in the helipad, I believe, for the second part of the conveyor belt strat. More codex to skip, and they are out of here. So there goes Limes, picks up the other box, box 3. That's box tres for my Spanish-speaking audience.
A more Americanized word was never spoken.
Well, how do you else do you say 3 in other languages? How do you say it in French?
Trois.
Trois. Oh, there it is. Conveyor belt, let's go. Limes gets it. And there goes Tyler. Nice. Transports them back to Strut C, where you meet Stillman. Picking up the sensor.
One of the few useful out of bounds is that you can actually do in MGS2 is this route, so definitely nice to see it progress the way it has.
Alright, so you do not want to get an alert from here on out. I don't think Limes' alert's stuck.
No,
and Tyler's on evasion. Okay, that's good. Because there is a codec you'll have to get. Oh, he's got an alert. Not a huge deal anyway. I think there is a 10 to 15 second loss. Because if you miss the mandatory codec that comes on, you'll have to go in and out of a room for it to trigger. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Diffuse the bomb. Getting out of here.
They are so close. It's almost like the first mistake is going to
Oh,
lose
Limes
it.
waited till he was in a caution. Smart.
He was too fast.
If he just went there, I think without the caution, he would not have gotten that codec right there I was talking
Yeah,
about.
would have forced it at another location.
Right, and that's where he'd had to go in and out of a room. But he was smart, stayed for like half a second in the room until it was in caution mode, and then went through the area. Little things like that. Great to see.
Okay.
Now here comes the other part of the conveyor belt strat. Puts him in the pump room. And off to quote-unquote fight the big gun lightning lady. After defusing one more bomb.
That's a nickname for Fortune.
That's how I remember bosses.
Oh, man.
What's the boss after this? I don't know, he's kind of fat, and he's a man, so Fat Man?
Is he fat, or is it just the suit?
Oh, he's fat.
Are we sure?
Oh yeah, look at that head. Can't have that head and on a skinny body.
I don't know, man. Have you watched Jimmy Neutron before?
I have.
They beg
Great
to differ.
cartoon. Great cartoon. Need more cartoons like Jimmy Neutron.
Good times, man.
Was Jimmy Neutron in that Nickelodeon fighting game? Is Jimmy Neutron Nickelodeon? I can't even remember.
That I don't know if he was in the fighting game or not.
Speaking of fighting, here comes a Fortune. So I think this is the VE setup, if I'm not mistaken, where you do the 3 punches and you crouch and you wait for her to blow up the forklift.
Yep, the setups are pretty much the same. Not much to talk about here. You really just, you need her to blow up that forklift, the 2 barrels that are yellow on the upper half of the room. Wooden boxes never hurt.
Textbook by both runners here, not losing any time there, because you can lose time in this run.
Believe it or not, yes, you can. Believe it or not, you actually can. It's not a perfect auto scroller, but you can save and lose time. I don't know if I would call it an auto scroller, but I wouldn't call it kind of on rails either.
It's like the MGS3 bike chase, where you can lose time in certain areas, even though you don't think it is. You think it's just all pure auto scroller, but there are actually some parts of it where if you don't do a specific thing, it can hold you up and cost you time. So Limes is out.
Top of that barrel.
Tyler's out as
Top of a
well.
box.
Okay, on their way to fight Fatman. I think this is where they'll pick up the M9, but let's see.
Good Claymore dodge by Limes.
Tyler gets hit with the Claymore.
Hey. Ouch. At least it's on normal where it only does like a fifth of your health bar. Not too bad. The damage in this game is actually pretty generous.
Alright, sharp F for Limes. Cartwheels across. Yep,
grab
there
it.
it is.
Okay.
That's the old M9. 1 pack of ammo. Let's see what Tyler does. He also, oh, he does the coolant spray, then the flip. I think Limes just went flip.
He did.
No pack of ammo for Tyler. He says, I don't need that other pack. I'm out of here.
Oof. Ciphers.
That's the other
locked.
The other usefulness of the box is when you get shot, there's a chance that Raiden flinches for a second and kind of whiplashes. Where having the box equipped, even though you do take damage, you negate that risk of Raiden getting that whiplash. Alright, on to Fatman. I believe on normal, they'll do the Claymore strat. Well, they'll put the Claymore down on the right side. And just go full lethal. Alright, here comes Limes. Claymore down. One shot on Fatman. Diffuses the bomb here, and then the other shot on Fatman. Now it's just a chase with Limes, just knocking down Fatman. He wants to be as close as possible to the left side bomb, because as soon as he defeats Fatman, he wants to defuse that bomb to his left. So Fatman going into a really a good area. He wants to be around here. This is perfect. Oh,
Didn't quite
never mind.
Get that. Gotta get that bomb defused before it goes off. So
that was a
Tyler's is pretty good.
Tyler's is good. Limes is good.
All right. Move the big guy over, defuse that last bomb.
The worst thing Fatman can do is like run to the bottom right of the screen, because then you'd have to fight him, defeat him, then go all the way back to the top left to defuse that bomb. So you want Fatman kind of hovering around the middle or to the left side, so everything's done as close as possible to each other.
Tyler grabbing those stuns for later. We meet our cyborg ninja of the game, quote unquote, Mr. X. Gives us a uniform and a cell phone. I don't know what we need an old 80s cell phone for in the late O's of the 2000s, but
that classic 2000 cell phone. You go from that to the iDroid.
This is one of the biggest differences learning normal from VE is you have to go to strut F for the M4. There's no other way on VE. It's at least in the core for you. On normal, you have to go to the location they tell you about in cutscenes. Like, oh yeah, it's in strut F.
Yep,
oh,
you'll need that
why?
AK to disguise yourself and fool the enemy thinking you're one of them.
I mean, they fooled Raiden. He thought they all carried AN-94s.
You know, Raiden's not a gun buff.
That's fine. Neither am I. I just know what the games tell me.
Shell Uno Core. Limes wants to run over that guy. Gonna call for backup, but Limes is like, I'm out. Before you can finish this call.
Easy.
Oh!
Tyler missed him.
He missed him. Now he has to knock him. Oh, that guy sees him. Run.
Run, Tyler, run.
Whew.
Tyler's getting a caution.
He's good, yeah.
There are worse things that could be done, but I love how their vision is straightforward, not up or down. Tyler,
There is a famous
cartwheel over that man's face.
There's a famous YouTube video how to get the retinal scanner while on caution. Or is that while on alert? Can't remember which one.
Yes.
Alright, the retinal scanner. Lime sets it up, executes it. Oh! What's he doing?
Limes did not get it.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
he had to grab him back.
Oh well. But
Didn't set it up perfectly.
No disguise in here, because even on PC it still takes longer to load this. So
Alright, Tyler sets it up.
It's weird.
See if he gets it. Got it.
And
Alright, where's Ames? Where's Ames? Where's Ames? There's Ames.
Right
Perfect.
there.
Great aims for Limes.
Really good aims for Limes. And what's Tyler gonna get? It was so fast, we didn't even get to talk about it. And Ames
No,
is
we
in
didn't.
one of
Ames
4
could be-
quadrants in like a dozen locations. It's insane.
Alright, where's Ames? Where's Ames for Tyler? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Not here. Go to the 3rd quadrant. Maybe here. There he is.
There he is! I found him!
Get to the Ames.
No. I need to get out of here because they found out I'm not one of them.
Let that guy Limes go up to floor 1.
Hope you all enjoyed Shell 1 because wave it goodbye for now. We're done here. Not much else to do. Very smooth escape by Limes.
Nice cartwheel by Limes. Nice second cartwheel by Limes.
Dang.
Alright, let's see how Tyler handles this escape. I hate this corner. Oh, he goes with the.
He's gonna go with the safety shots.
He's just tranking all of them.
Really?
Okay.
A bit slow.
Oh, and a bad cartwheel. That's gonna
Okay,
cost him.
we're good. We're good.
And Limes really takes a lead there.
Lime's just going for all the swag. Majestic cartwheeling Raiden. Mutual blow from Tyler, but Tyler's was a headshot. He therefore wins.
Alright, on our way to fight the Harrier. Oh, he gets the seed crouch.
I hate those, man. Camera changes, seam crouch, and you're prone. Have fun with that.
Encounter the
Lime's resetting his caution timer there.
Alright, gotta hit the bombs here. There's only one cipher on normal.
Thankfully.
Joe knows all too well the risks you take with 2 ciphers instead of 1. Alright,
And the
here's the
seagulls
one.
are present.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
You can get all the bombs from this this area. You don't have to move anywhere else. There are no bombs at the bottom, like in other difficulties. One behind him. He is done. Pretty good bomb defusal from Limes as he starts the Harrier while Tyler starts disposing the bombs. So he goes around, grabs the Pentasm, and alright, Limes Harrier. 3 shots. 1, 2, 3. Overhead, behind this building.
Got it.
Got it. Wait, did he get
Nope,
it?
nope.
I don't think he got
4
it.
shots.
Oh,
4
did not get
shots.
that one.
Oh well, what are you gonna do?
All right, he's gonna block
How
from
he
the
adjusts to
missiles.
that.
Oh, he goes
Tyler.
under.
Here.
So there is a little bit of time Tyler can save over Limes.
He
On the
executes,
Harrier.
yes.
Oh no, he's
Lime's
locking
gonna
onto the
9
tail.
shots from Lime. Let's see. And Tyler.
That's right.
1, 2, 3. Overhead. He missed the.
He missed
Oh, he
that
got
one as
3
well.
shot. Okay. Lime's had the better start.
Yep. There was an opportunity for Tyler to claw some time back, but did not take advantage.
Fight me, action,
And
Grandpa.
Limes should be done now. He
Well
is.
done. Good adjustment.
Yep. Started off not
Tyler
all
waiting
that
for
great
his
with
dash
Limes, but he
shot.
finished strong.
Lime's going for that leap of faith here momentarily.
Let's see if he goes right or
Missed
straight
the
up.
tie
I'm
shot.
interested. And he's going straight up. Ah, I saw him practice, and he was going to the pipe a few times.
Madman.
And I asked him if he was going to go for the pipes in this race. He said he might.
That makes me wonder, is he watching or not? Because
he's always watching.
Always watching, ever present.
Yep, I think he knows he's ahead, so just playing it safe.
Not gonna style on his opponent today.
So Limes takes a big lead, really, from after Ames to end of Harrier. He just
gained a bunch of time.
Yes, he did. Most of it came with the Harrier fight and then escaping from the core.
Okay, Tyler lands his leap of faith. He has to do is not magically fall through the floor, because this game will do that. But there's also the infamous D-Lime special in the area that Limes is in.
What's the D-Lime special?
Falling off that ledge.
Oh, the ledge where...
Yeah, the sidle ledge.
This
where you
one?
just-
Or the other one?
No, not this one. The next one on Strudel.
Ah. It's always like you want to go to the edge as close as possible before having to back up, but there is no mechanic in this area where like Raiden will hold on to the ledge. It's like as soon as you walk too forward, and he does.
There it is.
That's what I was talking about. It's like as soon as you walk a pixel too forward, you're falling off that thing, and Raiden isn't helping you out by grabbing on.
Raiden's detection collision with the floor is
And D-Limes pauses the game for some odd reason. Okay, he paused the game to type "wow" in chat.
yeah, he's watching. He saw that.
Well, good thing I said, "What's the D-Lime special?" Maybe Tyler's watching too, and he just wanted to give us a live demonstration of it. I was like, here, this is what it is for all of you that don't know. Alright, Lime's on his way to pick up the Nikita. We'll need the Nikita.
For literally one thing.
For one thing and one thing
One
only.
thing alone.
And hopefully it's not two things. And by the other thing, I mean you kill him instead.
Oof.
I don't know normal if he dies on one hit or two, though.
I can't remember. It's been so long since I've killed him.
There's a lot of people in this chat that are part of the Kill the President Club. Theory said one hit on normal.
Okay. I can't disprove him, so I'll take his word for it. I'm sure he's right.
Alright, Limes takes care of the camera, and then...
Boop.
What are you doing?
If I remember right, normal is the only difficulty with being in that room is faster.
I know VE and Euro, you don't go to that room, so...
Either of these boxes.
Then it's either like easy or hard, and I don't know what it is on those. Alright, more cutscenes to skip. You think Lime's going for the swim glitch? What do you think?
No.
I don't think so either. Do you think Tyler goes for it knowing he's behind?
Yes.
I agree with you. I think Limes plays it safe. He's in the lead. He doesn't want to put that in jeopardy.
Yeah, and if Limes has a weakness in this game, it
Wait,
is swim
Tyler
glitch.
goes with here instead.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, because
This is much slower.
the rocket has to go through that room anyway.
Yeah.
Oh no, it doesn't.
Oh no, President! Boy. Get out of the way!
That's
Get out
a
of the way,
different
Mr.
problem.
President.
Get out of the way, Johnson, you son of a gun. Yeah, okay, Tyler avoids death.
Wait, in like Euro, if you shoot that, doesn't the president die with the blast vicinity that close to him?
I forget how big the blast
pretty
radius is
sure-
on Euro,
pretty sure
but
he
I'm pretty
dies
sure
if
you're
he's
right,
that
he would
close.
die there. Been a hot second since I've played this game on Euro. It got stressful, man. I was
Here we go.
learning it.
Limes does not go for it, as predicted by your
Yeah,
lovely
like I was saying,
commentators.
if Limes has a weakness in this game, it's swim glitch. But that does give Tyler an opportunity. If he gets it fast enough, he can gain some ground back. Something he is in some dire need of. Trying to see if I can watch a timer here and get to accurate over-under. I think it's about a minute at the moment, though.
Lime's about to start the fan fight. Gonna use the stingers, shoot at the water. It's got more than enough. And that's the fight.
So much easier on PC.
Okay, here we go.
All right, Tyler's going for it. He's going for it at least.
And he's going the other way. Get back.
Come on. I believe in you, Tyler.
Here we go. Oh, too low.
Does he abandon it or does he keep going? He's going to keep going. Okay. This is not an easy trick.
Well, he's gotta get back. No, I think he just lost all the time save that he would have had.
Yeah, I think at this point it's
okay.
Break even at best. There you go, Tyler. There you go. Get up there, Ryden. Oh my goodness.
No, he's just abandoning it. Oh, you
Dang.
hate to see that.
That was a
Couldn't
big
get the-
opportunity for Tyler, and it did not
The high
cooperate.
right. And he went on the other side of the stairs a few times as well. And now this puts him at even a bigger hole by not getting swim glitch.
It's one of those high risks, potentially high reward tricks.
Nice cartwheel by Limes.
Just leaving Emma there, dude, man. What the heck?
But he had to go for that swim glitch because there was not a lot of other areas where he could make up time. That was probably
No,
his
there's
biggest
really
opportunity.
not. With what's left in the run, we've got about 20 or so minutes.
It's this. It's like the Tengu 1, maybe, if that doesn't go fully your way and you don't get the perfect skip. But the amount
Yeah,
of
for some reason,
opportunities Tyler has of making up time.
there's Jejunum too.
Yeah.
There is that. I wouldn't count on that though. I think both of them will have their Jejunum movement crisp today.
All right. Actually, Tyler, can he go for the Emma zip? Is that is that viable? Is that a viable option for Tyler, or is that not even a
I don't know.
possibility?
I really don't know. Alright, swimming section. Oh boy. Emma's such a whiny companion. Can't swim, doesn't like bugs, doesn't want to walk across the oil fence.
This is like the chill part of the run, really. Once you grab Emma to the end of the sniping section, not much is going on. It's slow-paced gameplay. It's like every MGS game wants to put a little break in the run. In 1, you have like the key cards. In 2, you have this section. In 3, you got the bike chase. And in 4, you got most of the game.
I would not call the bike chase in 3 a breather.
It depends on difficulty and category. Throw on the Cold War camo and forget about it. I won 1 skip in 2. It's the sniping section.
I just want sequence break.
I'll take the Ray fight. Skip 2.
On Euro, sure.
Yeah.
Tyler's trying it.
Oh, he's... There we go. Okay.
I think she said no.
Trying it again.
It's just...
And... No.
Oh, man.
Oh, there it is.
There she goes. There she goes.
You will get
There
through there.
she goes. Right through the wall.
Tyler pulling out all the stops to try to make up some time here.
You gotta try. And she just ends up all the way over here. It's fine. Let me go get this nice little
There's
Emma bump.
also another Emma zip here that's much, much more risky. Okay, doesn't go for that one.
Yeah.
Sergeant's always ahead of Vermillion. Yeah, if he could have gotten that Emma zip just on the first try.
Certainly be a lot closer.
I mean, I think he'd have to get like swim glitch 1 cycle, Emma bump first try. I don't even know if that would be enough to overtake Limes.
No, I think Limes is just running away with it at this point. But, you know, there are other things that could strike, cost Limes some time, so we'll see.
What's up, Phantom Knight? Welcome.
Infamous Jejunum Fall is one that comes to mind.
All I know in the sniping section is don't zoom in or even look at Emma. Just look away. Just don't even look at her as she walks across.
She's shy.
Causes her to fall and take breaks and all that. So just, blow up the claymores. There's some ciphers that are around. There are some soldiers. Take care of all that. As Tyler just starts his sniping section. And he's just gonna hang out. Okay, now he's gonna move.
Perfect time for anyone who needs a snack to go get it. And make sure you bring enough for, you know, a couple hundred people that are here. We do appreciate everybody watching. Yeah, Emma fell for Tyler, man. He just... just one thing after the other.
Nice sunset view.
They really did pull that on out, didn't they? I think Raiden has to go to the bathroom.
Nice turbo crouching. working on his legs.
Squats.
Getting a pump in there. Tyler, call PETA. Call PETA on Tyler right now. D-Limes.
PETA might call on him depending how many he shoots.
They're gonna tweet at him.
At Tyler, stop killing birds, thanks.
Ban MGS2 is what they promote. All right, where's Emma at? For Tyler, she's just starting from left to right over there between the first and second pillar.
Should be about done for Limes here in a moment.
And for Limes, where is she? I can't even see. I gotta
She's behind
squint.
the pillar. She's so slow.
Behind the second pillar for him, then.
No, surely she's further than that.
I can't even see her.
There she is.
Oh, there she is. Right by the sun, right underneath the sun.
Got about.
I was trying to spell something here with the bullet impacts on the pillar. I know some people always make smiley faces.
Thinking emoji in bullets.
We need like an artist to like draw something super complicated with that.
I mean,
if you blink,
I know
the vamp-
JMC dabbles. He runs this
JMC,
game.
get on it.
Get on it, bud.
We need an art piece with the sniper,
On
bullet
that
impacts
wall.
on that pillar.
Preferably like last week.
So if you blink, Limes is done with Vamp.
He is? Ah, dang it.
Oh yeah.
Missed it. Vamp 2 is my favorite boss fight.
Said nobody ever.
I mean, to be fair, it is fairly easy. Got a cartwheel over the holes we made earlier. One little detail about higher difficulties over VE is those tiles are still gone. Cartwheel into the elevator and into the, quote, torture. You can really call this torture.
Alright, where's Emma for Tyler? There she is. She's still got a little bit to go. She's got to go under the sun.
While, hasn't it? Jack the Ripper. You know this fellow? You remember me, don't you? You've grown. High concentration of cerebral implants. Have they altered your memory?
Well, you know, that's kind of what happens in 25 years since you've seen Raiden Solidus.
There's Doc Ock torturing Spider-Man. I mean,
Dr. Octopus Action Grandpa.
Olga, You can't keep this up. They're bound to find you.
Olga was Mr. X the whole time?
Brace yourself.
Who was?
What the heck?
Spoilers. I haven't played this game yet. Come on. All right. If you blink, Tyler's also done with Vamp.
I missed it again.
But don't worry. All these races will be on the Metal Gear Speedrunners YouTube.
Oh, good. Gonna be a fun time.
Okay, so Tyler needs Limes to mess up in Jejunum. Give him some opportunity to claw some time back here.
Who's there?
Maybe he falls to the first floor from the top. Maybe he gets knocked down.
A couple things can go wrong here. The biggest one is falling through the floor right here.
This goes with the one punch flip.
And he's good. Okay.
Lime says, "Nuh-uh, not on my watch."
Not today. We will not be doing that. I think we've had several races on this channel now where a lead in this game has changed to that particular drop.
You're right. I do remember a few of those. The line is pause buffering here. Okay, he meets Snake. He's gotta swing the sword at least once to get the timer going. There it is, and then he's just gonna go chill.
It's gonna go hide under the orange. It's fine.
The orange. Why is it called the orange, this box?
It's on the tanker, and I think it's filled with oranges.
Is that the company name is The Orange?
I'm gonna
The
go
Orange
with just
Ink.
yes. In before it's not about oranges, it's about tangerines.
The kinda orange?
Ugh. Unless you've seen that meme where they have an orange and you put it into hex code and it comes out tangerine. You put a tangerine into hex code, it comes out orange.
I've not seen that meme. Listen, if someone corrects you when you say orange and it's a tangerine, they're like, actually, it's a tangerine. I'd say no, it's orange. End of discussion.
More importantly, was the orange named after the color, or was the color named after a fruit?
We're gonna have to Wikipedia this. But Lime starts his Tengu 1 using the box. Looks over the guards. Okay, now he's gotta shoot these guys on the right because Raiden likes to auto-aim his view wherever the Tengus are. So he takes care of them, so he what do you call it? Raiden doesn't like move his vision right or left to get that Tengu skip going, which is perfect. Now he starts Tengu 2, where he'll trank Snake at the beginning, then run into this little the catwalk area and just spray cooling these guys for about a minute 10 seconds, and you trank Snake so he doesn't interrupt any of this. And you do this for Tengu 2, and the reason why it works is it just works.
Wait, why is there still these guards from the first wave? Why are you still here? Screw it.
I think Platonic Guy is trying to say something. Could be wrong.
I think I can translate this crab emoji. That's it. That's all I got. Clearly this coolant stinks because the guards are just
And
not
nicely done.
It came as a complete surprise when Ocelot discovered the S3 data from GW. Not a bad idea, though. Using fire to fight fire, creating the perfect assassin to retire Solid Snake's brother. S3 stands for Solid Snake Simulation. It's a development program to
Solid
artificially
Snake
reproduce
Simulation?
Solid Snake,
The only simulation I know is Metal Gear Solid Mobile.
Foxhound Commando.
I think it's Solid
When
Snake
Foxhound no longer
Stimulation.
exists, a simulated Solid
Oh
Snake
my.
shaped by VR
Pretty sure that's not okay for
Sound
Twitch.
like someone you know, Jack? I'm sorry to see
All right,
you
Tyler
reduced to
starts
one of
his
the
Tengu
Patriots'
one. He's
puppets.
in the box,
But
getting
I've
past
made
all
use
these
of you,
Tengus.
and their plans
Looks like he'll go
Decides
with
to.
the
He's got to kill the. Oh no, he's in danger of dying.
Going for the
Oh, he's got to ration out. Okay,
He's got
stun grenade. Okay,
He's
so and he got it.
punch, punch, boom, good.
It's a little shaky, but got through it.
That's fine.
How many rays on normal?
Too many.
Theory got it. 7 rays. So the
7
loop is pretty much similar to the Euro loop. It's just less rays.
And now you've been led back to war by
Basically.
something less than
So Tyler gets his setup as well, knocks down Snake, and sprays all these Tengus for about a minute or so. As Lime starts his race fight, goes with 3 headshots, and then he puts on the thermals for some reason. All I see is a sea of red.
It's so we can't steal his strats. That's what it is.
Alright, so he's gonna keep the thermals on. And he missed it. Oh, there goes the thermals, biting him in the butt. And he missed that shot too. Good job, Limes.
Nice thermals.
Nice thermals, bro.
I don't do this with my blue thermals.
And now he's getting rocket.
Tyler's stick bomb is successful.
Lime's trying to regroup whatever's left of the loop here. Gotta kill that ray that's on the screen before these guys get away. Go for the headshot. Okay, he goes for the headshot, but he gets knee rockets, so he's gotta dodge those. Now he's gotta make sure these 2 rays don't go out to the left, but he can't even hit him because I think he just kept hitting his knee instead of his face.
He's just got these. He's got these red thermals, right?
Hard to even look at. Okay, there we go. He takes it off. Thank you.
Red is just one of those colors. It's.
He couldn't take it anymore.
It's not pleasant to look at.
He's gonna go with the RGB 6. He's taking that out. He missed the first shot. Okay, he's gonna use it on this guy. He missed that. I think he's abandoning it. Nope. He's still using it. Oh, now he's abandoning it. They went too far.
Bummer.
He's going with the RGB, but it did not work. Watch out! Oh, that was close.
Always go with the RGB. Statistically improves your stats by 5%.
Okay, now he's going with the RGB. Okay, got him.
Oh
Goes for the head. Head. Shoot him. Gets him in the knee. Get the head. Okay, he got the last one with the RGB.
Oh man.
GW.
Oh, the ultimate troll.
Beyond repair. I admit that I underestimated you.
If you ever played like the VR missions with that weapon, you will realize how horrible that weapon is. I hate that weapon so much.
My son.
Tyler starts out his raise.
My dislike for
Traditional, no
VR is
thermal.
why I won't platinum this game on PS3.
I think the most annoying part of VR to platinum was the sniping one. I hated that sniping one where there's a food in the middle and all the guards are rushing towards it.
Oh, the curry, yeah.
I hated that.
You know he doesn't know anything.
It's not him I want the answers from.
All right. Lime's getting started on his final boss fight with Action Grandpa. Solidus Snake. Nothing too terribly difficult. It's, you know.
You just go with the lethal. You use the blade. I think
You
it's
just
the
hit him a
2
bunch
loop.
of times. You poke him a few times. It's fine. 1-1 stab.
Hit him with a lethal blade, 2 shots one side. Then you get him to parry on the other side. Go back to 2 shots. Rinse
It gets
and
fun.
repeat. Here we go. So 2 shots on the other side. He parries your shots. Go back to the other side. 2 shots. Parry that one. And just loop him over and over again.
It's like the punching strat that we do on Euro, but with the sword and not with your fists.
And Elon's getting close to giving Team Grenade Guy their 4th win. Oh, it's one parry.
There we go. Run!
First phase.
Short path? Short path. Nice. Thermal RGB 6 only % win. No thanks.
Category extension.
Do a run, it'll add to the extensions.
Right. RGB6 thermals crawl % only. Alright, and GG's to D-Limes, giving Team Grenade Guy the 4th win. And winning it for his team, as Tyler is finishing the game with the Solidus fight.
Action Grandpa.
Action Grandpa, Doc Ock. He goes by many names. George Sears. You know, the department store Sears was named after him. True story.
I can't do it.
Well, that was a good store.
That was a good store. I liked Sears back in the day.
Sears.
It had everything. It was like Walmart before Walmart got huge.
I liked Kmart as well.
I just never had a Kmart too close.
Kmart and Sears were weird. I swear they just went through some strange time where they just kept buying each other, and I'm like, how does this make sense?
I like Toys R Us.
Yo, that's coming back.
What do you mean coming back? Didn't they go out of business?
No, it's coming back.
Alright, Lon, what do you think of your run?
They exist in other countries, just they're closed in America.
The run was shaky first half, and then I noticed the issues Tyler was having, so then I started to pull away and relax. Raze was obviously just a big old meme just because I had the lead. I could have just pushed it if I wanted to, but I just didn't care. But it was alright. I mean, it was decent, I guess.
Yeah, it was Tyler going for... You really put up your big lead between escaping from the core to after Harrier. Like that gap right there was just so massive. And then Tyler had to go for swim glitch to try to make up that gap, and it just fell back even more.
Yeah.
We'll
2 minute gap. GG.
GG's to both runners, to both teams. Grenade Guy and Fatman. Solid races.
I had fun for sure. So probably be like, probably like a low 108 for me, I would guess. I don't know what my IGT is, so.
I was actually gonna just, hop in for a moment and was wondering if we were gonna go to the scorecard since I suppose we're the last run.
Yeah, I mean, we did for every other race. We might as well do that and then add up all the IGTs for cumulative or whatever. So.
Yeah, gotcha. I mean, I think, for the most part, it was a neck and neck race, and think it just started to really started to kind of split away after not so much Fatman, but I think you had Northeast Ames and Tyler had, I think it was Southwest, but I think Harry really started to separate.
Yeah, I saw a lot the D-Lime special. That was unfortunate. I paused my game to put wow in chat.
Oh, I completely forgot about that.
Yeah. I'm like, wow.
Well, what's funny is, so Glenn mentioned the D-Lime special, and I said, "What's the D-Lime special?" And then Tyler did it.
That's the D-Lime special. Oh, that sucks. That's just a terrible feeling.
The game's floor is made of many things. Floor is maybe one of those things. We don't know yet.
But yeah, I did the platonic special right out of the gate, getting kicked on the aft deck on normal. Like that's just the special of mine at this point.
What's funny is that gave Tyler like a little bit of lead the whole time, and then he was going down the stairs to the engine room, and he went prone. So then he just lost the time.
Oh, I was wondering where I gained time at. I didn't see
Yeah.
it. So
Yeah, he went prone, and then you're like, well, that knockdown didn't happen.
but yeah, I mean, normal's a very fun category. The last few weeks has had a lot of attention to it with the route change with conveyor belt. People are doing that, and then just a lot of minor optimizations, and then the big one with coolant skip now consistent on all versions. Thank you, Platonic Guy, and myself. It's a very fun category. VE always has a special place in I think a lot of people's hearts, but I think normal is a very fun category to get into.
Would you say normal has like more room? Not more room, but it has more costly errors than VE,
Um, mm,
or no?
it depends. It depends what you mean by costly. Like if you're going for record,
Not,
then there's
let's
a
just
little
say
more.
you're racing.
I think it's an easier time to get out of a jam on VE just because of the nature of the difficulty. But there's not a lot even on normal that can go like horrifically wrong for you to just like tank time. Like D-Lime specials, okay, whatever, that can happen anywhere.
Right.
If you fail the coolant skip, I guess that's a pretty big one, but I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think it's that punishing. There's plenty of backups.
Yeah, I was gonna say, VE, at least for me, is just kind of not really a thing of the past, but it's like a pleasant thing to get away from because it's so optimized now, and like it's a great entry category. Don't get me wrong. I mean, if you want to speedrun MGS2, it's a great place to start. But if you're trying to go for top time for world record, I mean, you're either gonna succeed or you'll go insane trying to get it. One of the two.
That's why I've been putting it off for so long. Like I know I need to make up 9 seconds to get the record back. I know I can do it, but man, it's just going to be a grind. Like that category has just gotten to the point where you have a seam crouch, you hit a mine, you do one thing that loses 3 seconds, you're done. It's just that bad.
But I guess also while we're waiting for the scorecards, I just want to, thank everyone for, putting on this end of the year relay. Everyone that's participated, whether if it's via, social media or our tech crew in the background, all you guys, commentators, hosts. Absolutely a blast to get to do this before the end of the year.
Yep, couldn't have said it better myself. It's definitely been a team effort, of course. But yeah, it's been good. We were on the front page of speedrun.com today, so that was a nice little boost as well. Appreciate y'all watching us, and we'll be doing more events, that's for sure. We do a fair amount of events on this channel. We're gonna kick things off in January with some fun stuff. I know that. Maybe even a league of this category of MGS2. Who knows? I know there's been some demand for that. So stay tuned, give us a follow, and join the Discord and whatnot.
Snake Tails League?
Lol.
Oh god.
Hard league?
Hard league? I would do a hard league.
VE League Part 2.
Season
With
2. Let's go.
Even more matches.
Yeah,
in
just when you
Season
thought you
1.
were done.
Yeah, we're gonna have VE League Season 2. We're gonna treat it like Major League Baseball. Have 162 games, one a day.
Oh God.
So
one a day. Everyone plays one match a day.
Yep. Might even have some double headers.
Is it going to be just like Major League Baseball? You have opening day and then a day off, and then you play 2 games.
Yep.
And then another day off.
Yep.
Might have a 3-game series somewhere.
I mean, we got to make up for them. They're in lockout. At the moment, anyway.
At the moment, yeah. All right. What did I get for time?
67 minutes.
68 minutes. 108.24.
Nice.
Not bad. I mean, I probably lost 30 or 40 just at Rage just from memeing. So, I mean, it was a mid 107 run. It's not too bad with all the issues I think I had. It's still a big record.
Yeah, I was going to say it's 10 better than Tyler's current run on the board.
Yeah. It's decent. It means Tyler's will probably be a 110. 110.27, I'll just say.
Give
I
or
guess.
take,
I don't know. Yeah.
Because you guys started, at least from my view, pretty much at the same time. So it's not, there shouldn't be too much.
I had
difference.
I had a slight worry. Maybe my power would go out with all the weather in my area today. It's been a very windy day.
Yeah, Limes lives fairly close to me. It's been the same here.
Mm-hmm. But no, all good. And we will pay those juicy channel points when we see Tyler's scorecard. Make sure he didn't print screen to win or something. So.
Oh God, I still can't believe that's a thing.
One print screen saves 0.2.
It's a cartwheel. I mean, what?
Yeah, right. I wish cartwheel saved that much.
You got some questionable cartwheels in your run.
Yeah.
Like, well, I might as well just cartwheel like crazy during the Solidus speech then. 110.34.
Okay, cartwheels only.
210.
GG's.
All right. So that will seal it for Team Grenade Guy. Just want to thank everyone for watching and for those coming in from the speedrun.com front page. Also, thank you for putting us on there, and for everyone else. I think I covered most, but we just want to thank you all for watching this end of the year relay. Hope you guys had fun with it as much as we all did. I know there was a lot of effort that went into putting on this event, maintaining it, and whenever tech crises arrive, they get dealt with by very talented people. But I guess last round of words from everyone before we officially close out the stream for the year.
Well, thanks for watching. Thanks for everyone for supporting us in 2021, and we hope to do bigger and better things in 2022. Is
that the year of Tyler?
That's right.
Oh
no. According to Jag, his year already passed. Calls him Tyler 2021.
Oh, okay.
Ouch.
Alrighty then. So I guess well, actually no, Jay does bring up a good point. There is the warning shot for Games Done Quick, which Daylines is going to be running in it in January.
Yeah, don't remind me. I gotta practice.
What are you talking about? You're the final run of the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm the closer of GDQ, but I gotta practice and stuff. It's not my most favorite category, but whatever. But yeah, that's tentatively like the week before GDQ, like the 2nd or something. Who knows? We'll announce something in the Discord and on the Twitter and whatnot as we get closer. We just got to figure out scheduling and whatnot.
Correct. And but yeah, this will be the last relay of the year, hence in the stream title. We'll definitely do these, going on to next year, the year of Tyler. But all right, so everyone, thank you all so much for watching. Enjoy your weekend wherever you are. And in case we, don't broadcast within the next few weeks until the year of Tyler 2022. Just want to wish you all a happy holidays and a happy new year. But until next time, I am Joseph Joestar 316, signing us off. So take care, everybody.